Chapter 678. Looking at Lume, who was walking down from the sky like a fairy, not only carefree Serene, but even Sun Shi's battle intent dissipated and was replaced with struggle. Only the Rand family's ancestor, who had reached the mid-stage of ascendant, could barely keep his mind calm. However, he couldn't keep this up for too long. He felt that the fairy-like woman's voice in the sky was like a celestial song. When he heard it, it entered his mind and evoked a trace of a mortal's heart. Thousand illusion, ruthless Tao. The Rand family's ancestor's expression changed, and a flame that burned his origin soul burst forth from his body. This flame was created by the origin energy that had fused with his origin soul. At this instant, the Rand family's ancestor's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. He shouted loudly. His voice was like rolling thunder, and it transformed into an enormous rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Sun Shi's eyes were filled with clarity, but his heart was filled with terror. At that moment, he felt like he was facing his own family. It was as if he didn't have the heart to fight against this woman before him. Lume's expression was calm as she walked over and softly said, "The three of you are not my match. Come with me to the Huan family, and perhaps you will have a chance to survive." The Rand family's ancestor's body was covered in flames as he took a step forward. His hand formed a seal, and his palm pressed down. The Rand family's thunder palm immediately let out a thunderous rumble. It shot out from his palm and roared at Lume. Lume's eyes were filled with helplessness as she gently twirled her hair. Her jade-like hand pointed forward, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Her fingertip touched the thunder palm, causing it to tremble and then suddenly dissipate. Lume softly said, "If you want to burn your origin soul, then let's burn it more thoroughly." After he said that, the infatuation in carefree Serene's eyes became even stronger. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He had completely fallen into a state of chaos. In his eyes, everything in the world was no longer there. The only thing left was the figure of the woman in front of him. He didn't hesitate to step forward and block the Rand family's ancestor. His origin soul began to burn. This burning wasn't just his origin soul, it also burned his body. "And you?" Lume's gaze landed on Sun Shi. The emotions that Sun Shi had just suppressed collapsed under Lume's gaze. His entire body trembled, and a fanaticism appeared in his eyes. He did not hesitate to burn his origin soul and body in exchange for a moment of strength. His two fingers formed a sword, and he pointed at the back of the Rand family's ancestor. The Rand family's ancestor smiled bitterly and said, "Zhao Chuanwen, Sun Shi, I feel sad for you too." However, carefree Serene and Sun Shi turned a deaf ear to him. They unleashed their spells and fought the Rand family's ancestor to the death. Bursts of loud, rumbling sounds and the brilliance of spells flickered violently. The earth trembled and the sky darkened. Carefree Serene and Sun Shi's bodies quickly dissipated, but every time they dissipated, their cultivation would become stronger. They frantically fought with the Rand family's ancestor. Lume faintly smiled. She indeed didn't need to bring anyone to help, because as long as she was here, there would be countless cultivators fighting for her. This was the 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao. Everything in the world could be used by it. It was because of this that the Huan family's ancestor didn't hesitate to change Lume's blood. He wanted to know what kind of power the 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao would have once it reached the second step. The entire planet Ranyun was in an earthquake-like state, and the ground constantly rumbled. Despair appeared in the Rand family's ancestor's heart, and he also burned his body. He did his best to exchange for the strongest power. As his origin, soul, and body burned, his cultivation rose like crazy until he reached the late stage of ascendant without a domain. His cultivation rose too fast, so his domain couldn't keep up. He could only remain in a pseudo-late-stage ascendant state. But even so, he was still extremely powerful. As he let out a roar, his body quickly dissipated. His hands formed a seal and clasped together before him. A dazzling, golden light surrounded his palms. At this moment, He didn't use any spells, but used the most direct method. He used the origin energy in his origin soul to form this golden light. As he stretched out his hands, the golden light shot out in all directions like a sharp sword. At this moment, Sun Shi and carefree Sanren's bodies were about to completely dissipate. Only half of their bodies remained, and the rest had fused with the void. The passion in their eyes became even stronger, and they chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Boom! Boom! The self-destruction of an ascendant cultivator, especially one that burned their origin soul and body, as well as all traces of their existence in the world, caused the entire planet to fall into a catastrophe. The sky seemed to collapse, and the earth rumbled. The entire ocean of planet Ranyun rose up 1,000 feet and slammed into the earth as if the planet was angry. The spirit veins inside planet Ranyun seemed to be the catalyst for the collapse of the planet. They all exploded under the influence of the origin energy of the world. Their origin souls and bodies dissipated. Even when they died, Sun Shi and carefree Sanren didn't wake up. The Ran family's ancestor was at the center of the explosion. Although he was able to resist with his powerful cultivation, his body was covered in blood. His bloodshot eyes stared at Lu Mei, who still had a gentle expression, and he shouted, "What a vicious bitch! Why did you have to affect the mortals and planet Ranyun in our battle?" Lu Mei faintly smiled and softly said, "I didn't attack. What does the battle between the three of you have to do with me?" The Ran family's ancestor laughed at the sky. This laughter was filled with despair and sorrow. As he laughed, tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. He looked down at the earth. The originally beautiful planet Ranyun was now in ruins. He knew that if he chose to self-destruct and injure the other party, planet Ranyun would become an abandoned cultivation planet. "This is my home." He revealed a bitter expression as he looked at Lu Mei and said, word for word, "I, Ran Xiefeng, curse you with my current cultivation. You will die without a burial." Also, it wasn't just the three of us who killed Huandong. There was another person named Su Mu. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and hit his forehead. There was a cracking sound as his burning origin soul collapsed and his body was affected. His entire body slowly dissipated before Lu Mei's calm gaze. Finally, he turned into dust and fell to the ground. "I was born on Ranyun and will die on Ranyun. The only thing I, Ran Xiefeng, can do before I die is to do my best to protect planet Ranyun. There is also Su Mu, you villain. The old man curses you to perish together with Huan Mei." There was a flash of indifference in Lu Mei's eyes. It was as if nothing in this world could affect her mind. She looked down at the earth and then charged down. "The Ran family, the Zhao family, and the Sun family will be destroyed. This is teacher's request. It has nothing to do with me. There's also that Su Mu. That person is a bit unfamiliar." Lu Mei muttered to herself. As she stepped forward, she suddenly frowned. Her divine sense spread out and stopped at the extreme south of planet Ranyun. "There is also an avatar. That cultivator named Su is interesting. I fear the Ran family's ancestor and the cultivator named Zhao also have avatars." Lu Mei smiled. This avatar was very well hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that the avatar gave off a fluctuation when the original body died, Lu Mei wouldn't have found it. After all, if she didn't take the initiative to investigate, she wouldn't pay attention to this with her divine sense. In a city in the extreme south of planet Ranyun, there was a young man sitting in a house. This person looked like Sun Shi, and he had a bitter expression on his face. Ever since the three of them learned that they had caused a big disaster 4 years ago, they had used all methods to refine their avatars. Although they didn't use any special methods, and the avatars were extremely weak, they couldn't help them in battle. However, this was still a life-saving method. The Ran clan's ancestors' clone had already been secretly refined several hundred years ago, and it had reached the standard to enter the starry sky. 2 years ago, it had left with his clan. As for the carefree Sanren, his cultivation technique had some flaws, and he couldn't split his soul, so he couldn't refine his clone. However, he had other methods, and no one knew how he did it. Although Sun, she had refined an avatar. This avatar was only at the core formation stage and couldn't leave space at all. Before, he had sought out Wang Lin for something related to this avatar. However, before he could speak, he was rejected by Wang Lin. This matter was also very important, so he hesitated a bit and didn't continue. Otherwise, if Su Mu found out that the three of them each had their own life-saving methods, and that he was only dragged in as a scapegoat so that no one would suspect the existence of a clone, no matter how much celestial jade they offered, Su Mu wouldn't agree. He might even attack them in a fit of anger. Lu Mei arrived at the extreme south of planet Ranyun. Just as she was about to enter, she suddenly looked up at the sky. Her eyes revealed a strange light that she had never seen before. This aura, a ray of silver light, pierced through the sky and arrived outside planet Ranyun. Wang Lin was sitting on the star compass. He had taken the Ran family's ancestors' celestial jades, so he had to repay them. Otherwise, there was no need for him to come back. His expression was normal, but when he saw the powerful restriction around planet Ranyun, his eyes narrowed. He stood up from the star compass and looked at the restriction with bright eyes. When I left, this restriction wasn't there. Wang Lin understood a lot about restrictions. Although he couldn't completely break it in a short period of time, he could still enter without any damage. He pondered for a bit, and the star compass under him flashed with silver light. It charged into the restriction and went straight for planet Ranyun. On planet Ranyun, Lu Mei raised her head, and the strange light in her eyes became even stronger. She frowned and softly said, "This aura is a bit familiar. The first one was delivered, and the second one was delivered before 5 o'clock." Chapter 679. The star compass was put away by Wang Lin, and he stepped into planet Ranyun. The moment he passed through the atmosphere, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. When he was outside, he had already noticed that the earth was in ruins and waves of celestial spiritual energy were echoing. It was obvious that a great battle had just occurred here. He took a deep breath, and his divine sense saw Lu Mei's figure in the southern part of planet Ranyun. Lu Mei's appearance had changed a bit. It could be said that she was even more stunning than before. After frowning slightly, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the southern part of planet Ranyun, 1,000 feet away from Lu Mei. Lu Mei stared at the figure that appeared 1,000 feet away, and the mysterious light in her eyes became even stronger. She had noticed this person the moment he got close to planet Ranyun. She vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from this person, but his appearance was extremely unfamiliar. She didn't speak and only quietly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Lu Mei and calmly said, "You have killed the person, so you can leave." After he arrived, he was already wondering why Lu Mei was in the southern part of planet Ranyun. When he spread out his divine sense, he immediately saw Sun Shi's avatar in the city below. After pondering for a bit, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. Since the three of them were like this, there was no need for him to forcefully stick his head out. In addition, what caused Wang Lin's heart to sink was that Lu Mei's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. This kind of cultivation caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink an undetectable amount. How could this Lu Mei's cultivation have reached such a level? Could it be related to the Huan family's ancestor? It must be so. Wang Lin's gaze swept past Lu Mei, and there was a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. There is still some celestial spiritual energy around this woman's body. I fear she was forcefully increased by someone. However, this kind of forceful increase would only result in a breakthrough in celestial spiritual energy. Her comprehension of domain would definitely not reach the same level. Lu Mei stared at Wang Lin and softly said, "Have we met before?" "No," Wang Lin replied calmly. Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin, and after a long time, a faint smile appeared on her face. It was like a spring breeze, but in Wang Lin's eyes, all he saw was a gaze as calm as water. "Enough before I change my mind. Leave immediately." Wang Lin's voice was slightly cold. He loathed this woman's smile. Back then in Suzaku, this woman had been like this. A complicated look appeared in Lu Mei's eyes as she softly said, I never thought that your cultivation would reach such a level. Even I can't see through it. Wang Lin frowned and coldly looked at Lu Mei. He turned around and was about to leave. Since the three people from planet Ranyan were concealing their avatars, there was no need for him to continue participating. Wang Lin, do you really think I can't recognize you? Lu Mei's voice was cold. Wang Lin stopped and turned around. His eyes were cold as he said, "There's no need to test me. I am Wang Lin. If you continue to pester me like you did in Shizuku, don't blame Wang Lin for killing you." Lu Mei's heart was completely different from her appearance. At this moment, her heart was filled with monstrous waves. She never thought that she would meet Wang Lin in the Luo Tian star system. And this Wang Lin's cultivation was so powerful that she couldn't see through it. Scenes from the past flashed before her eyes. She stared at Wang Lin, and the complicated look in her eyes became even stronger. She softly said, "Besides you, no one else has such a cold gaze. You change your appearance and everything, but you can't change this gaze. I'm afraid the reason you changed everything is because you didn't want me to recognize you." Wang Lin frowned. He coldly looked at Lu Mei and said, "Wang, I'll say it one last time. Scram." Lu Mei let out a sweet smile, and the complicated look in her eyes disappeared. It was replaced with indifference as she gently said, "Your cultivation can't surpass mine. I'm afraid you have a treasure or spell to hide your cultivation. It's best if you don't leave today." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. The finger of death shot out and turned into a ray of black light that shot toward Lu Mei. The finger of death set off ripples in the air, and there was even a rumble of thunder within the ripples. As the finger of death closed in, Lu Mei's expression remained the same. Her jade-like hands formed a seal, and a seal appeared, forming a light screen. The finger of death smashed into the light screen, creating a thunderous rumble. Countless cracks appeared on the light screen. Lu Mei shook her head and softly said, "I wasn't wrong. Your cultivation is only at the early stage of ascendant." Wang Lin's voice was cold as he slowly said, "There are too many drawbacks to raising your cultivation level by force. I'm afraid your teacher has other motives." Lu Mei smiled and said, "So what? Today, you won't be able to escape. If your cultivation level wasn't at the ascendant stage, it would have been fine, but since you are, let's end the grudge between you and Shizuku. Let me send you to reunite with Ling Yuan. You're courting death." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the seven-star sword formation flew out. It turned into 7 rays of light that shot toward Lu Mei. Lu Mei's expression remained the same. Her jade-like right hand pointed to the spot between her eyebrows, and a ray of red light appeared. In an instant, the red light wrapped around her body and condensed into the shape of a woman. This woman's expression was arrogant, her eyes were sharp, and her face was peerless. Her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Wang Lin. "Red Butterfly." Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. This woman was Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly coldly stared at Wang Lin and calmly said, "It is time to end the grudge between us." With that, she slapped her bag of holding, and a red rose appeared in her hand. She waved her hand, and all the petals flew toward Wang Lin with a mysterious force. "What kind of spell is this?" Wang Lin's pupil shrank. Lu Mei had instantly turned into Red Butterfly. With Wang Lin's cultivation and divine sense, this was clearly the real Red Butterfly. There was no trace of Lu Mei's aura at all. Facing the petals flying toward him, Wang Lin's right hand formed seal. With a thought, the 7-star sword formation closed in. The 7 swords formed a circle and quickly rotated, creating a sword wind that crushed the petals. The coldness in Red Butterfly's eyes became even stronger. She waved her right hand, and the stamen flew out. Her left hand pointed to the front of her body, and the stamen gathered together to form a rune. She pressed her hand down, and the rune flew out. As it flew out, it continued to grow until it was 1,000 feet wide. It was like a giant mountain pressing down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he raised his right hand to point at the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed across the sky, and a long underworld river appeared. After Wang Lin crushed the rune, the underworld river was filled with blood. Under Wang Lin's command, the underworld river was like a roaring yellow dragon. It wrapped around Red Butterfly and was about to pull her into the underworld river. Dao intent. You actually have a Dao intent. Red Butterfly's eyes shined brightly as she calmly said. Wang Lin coldly snorted. As the underworld river roared, the sky darkened. The underworld river was filled with flickering lightning, causing it to become even more powerful. In this moment of crisis, Red Butterfly pressed her hand on her forehead again. This time, a yellow light flashed and covered her body. When the yellow light dissipated, a petite figure was revealed. Uncle. These two words contained a mysterious power that caused Wang Lin's underworld river to suddenly stop. Zhou Ru. The petite figure was Zhou Ru. She timidly looked at Wang Lin with wide eyes and an expression of fear. Uncle, I finally found you. Don't leave me behind, okay? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with pain, and he shouted, That's enough, Lu Mei. Zhou Ru's body was immediately sucked into the underworld river. Her eyes were filled with fear and confusion as she looked at Wang Lin. Tears flowed down her face as she softly said, Uncle, are you going to kill Ru'er? This is fake. Wang Lin took a deep breath and made up his mind. The underworld river transformed into a storm that rushed into Zhou Ru's body. It was about to completely merge with her. At this moment, a weak voice reverberated through the air. Taizhu. This voice was like a huge bell that echoed within Wang Lin's body. Within the underworld river, his mother, whom he had not seen for more than 800 years, was looking at him with a kind gaze. Wang Lin's heart trembled. His hand trembled. The yellow springs of the Tao collapsed, turning into nothingness, scattering into nothingness. This is also fake. A red glow appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Fake, huh? Wang Lin, under my 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao, there are both fake and real. Lu Mei's voice came from all directions. Zhou Ru and Red Butterfly appeared from the void. At the same time, Wang Lin's father appeared and looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. Wang Lin, do you still remember me? Wang Zhuo walked out from the void. At this moment, he was no longer an old man, but a high-spirited youth. Disciple, you must remember to pass on the soul refining sect. Du Tian's ancient voice came out from the void along with his figure. Shortly after, people that Wang Lin was familiar with appeared one by one and silently looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes were all different. Some were complicated, some were disappointed, some were happy, some were sad. In the void, a blue light flashed and turned into a woman. This woman was Li Muan. Li Muan looked at Wang Lin with a gentle gaze and softly said, Wang Lin, am I also fake? She stood next to Wang Lin's mother like a mother and daughter as she calmly looked at Wang Lin. 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao. Wang Lin looked at the familiar people in front of him with pain in his eyes. He closed his eyes and softly said, The 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao is like the incarnation of a demon. It enters the body, ignites the origin soul, and burns the body and mind. Lu Mei, just how much hatred do we have for you to spend so much effort to collect my past? The familiar people all turned into strands of green smoke that floated toward Wang Lin and entered his body. Chapter 680. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with clarity. Although there was pain, he had seen through everything in the world. It was just like a principle he had comprehended in the past. Those who should dissipate should be allowed to dissipate. He raised his right hand, and a ball of fog floated above his palm. This fog was formed from the wisps of green smoke that had fused with his body. His origin soul contained the ancient thunder dragon and contained the might of the world's thunder. This 10,000 illusion heavenly demon Tao wasn't enough to affect his origin soul. Looking at the cloud of fog, Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before crushing it. Although your cultivation level has been forcefully increased, your comprehension of the domain isn't enough. Mortals have a saying, pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This is a perfect example of you. The moment the cloud of fog was crushed, a muffled groan came from the void. Shortly after, Lu Mei's figure appeared in the distance. Her face was pale as she stared at Wang Lin. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she hissed. As expected of Wang Lin, you have such a ruthless heart. The ruthless one isn't Wang Lin, it's you. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. I wholeheartedly pursued my Tao, but you used the silver filth domain soul to take my virginity. How do you explain this? Lu Mei's voice was torn apart. The calmness from before disappeared, and the hatred in her eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin frowned. This was a memory he didn't want to remember. His eyes were cold as he calmly said, "You were the one who attacked first, and the domain soul was also an accident." Accident? Lu Mei began to laugh. Her laughter became louder and louder until it became filled with endless viciousness. She could maintain her 10,000 illusion heavenly demon Tao to anyone else, but she couldn't maintain this attitude towards the person before her. You said it was an accident, so I'll give you an accident as well. Lu Mei's eyes were filled with hatred, but there was also a flash of pain as she touched her bag of holding. Wang Lin frowned. The celestial guard puppet suddenly appeared and walked toward Lu Mei. Lu Mei lifted her right hand from her storage bag and opened it. A black mist came out from it, and, at the same time, a torrential resentment burst out from it. The resentment was shocking, and in that instant, the entire sky seemed to be filled with dark clouds, turning murky. There was also a huge vortex slowly spinning above it. This resentment was too strong. As it filled the air, strange whistling sounds echoed within a 10-mile radius, making it seem like a realm of ghosts. A mournful scream came from the black fog. The black fog was too fast. Not even divine sense could lock onto it. It jumped over the celestial guard and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he stared at the black light. At the instant it closed in on him, two of his fingers formed a sword and pointed forward. A gust of wind swept out from his fingertips, and the fog gradually dissipated to reveal a pair of black eyes. The moment Wang Lin's gaze fell on the pair of eyes, he was startled. It was a pair of cloudy eyes, and there was no light within them, only resentment. However, the moment Wang Lin saw those eyes, his mind trembled and a feeling of harmony filled his body. It was as if tens of thousands of bolts of thunder had exploded in Wang Lin's ears. He subconsciously withdrew his fingers, retreated a few steps, and stared at the black fog. This is... A heart-wrenching pain appeared in Wang Lin's heart and spread throughout his body. He stared at the fog, and his eyes became bloodshot. He waved his right hand, and the celestial guard puppet returned. It turned into a large shadow that surrounded the fog and prevented it from moving. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he roared at Lu Mei. "What is inside?" Lu Mei revealed a smile, but her eyes were filled with pain. She looked at Wang Lin and softly smiled. "You can't recognize it?" "No, with your cultivation level, you should be able to recognize it. There is a legend among mortals. If a person loses a few children, then the souls of those children won't dissipate. They will follow behind you, silently watching you. They will say something to you, but you won't be able to hear them. Only in the moment of your death will you hear their voice. So it turns out that they have always been asking, 'Daddy, why don't you want me?'" Lu Mei's voice was a bit strange, and even a bit crazy. "I refined this child in my body for 100 years, and finally refined him into a resentful soul. When he was conscious, I constantly told him that it was his father who abandoned him. His father's name was Wang Lin. Wang Lin, you destroyed my Tao heart, broke my domain, and took my pure body. If all of this is an accident, then today I'll repay you with a special treasure." Wang Lin silently pondered. This kind of silence was the true meaning of silence. It was as if all of his vitality had been sucked out of his body, leaving behind only an endless aura of death. There was no shock like when he found out that Li Muan could be resurrected. There was no eruption of madness like when he faced Teng Huayuan, and there was no complete focus like when he faced a crisis. The current Wang Lin was only silent, so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if at this moment, the sky didn't move and the earth didn't move. It was as if a spell had been cast on everything and everything became silent. Looking at the black fog that was surrounded by the celestial guard, Wang Lin's gaze seemed to penetrate the fog and see a weak figure inside. The dense resentment couldn't stop Wang Lin's gaze at all. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin softly said, "Thank you." Lu Mei was startled. She stared at Wang Lin and snapped, "Wang Lin, doesn't your heart hurt?" Wang Lin didn't even look at Lu Mei. He quietly looked at the figure inside the fog and softly said, "You can refine him into a resentful soul, so I can help him recover. Even if it takes 1,000 years. Even if it takes 10,000 years. Thank you for returning him to me." All of this was far beyond Lu Mei's expectations. She sneered, "He can't recover. In order to completely turn him into a resentful soul, without waiting for Lu Mei to finish, Wang Lin softly said, "If I say I can, then I definitely can." His gaze withdrew from the fog and landed on Lu Mei. His eyes were no longer calm and were filled with unimaginable killing intent. Aside from Tung Huayuan, Wang Lin had never felt such strong, killing intent toward anyone. "Now it's your turn." Wang Lin's voice wasn't cold, but made the surroundings seem like it was winter. He took a step forward and his right thumb pointed forward. The underworld finger suddenly appeared. The sky trembled and the underworld river appeared once more. It turned into countless yellow dragons and fused with Wang Lin's thumb. The underworld finger formed by the underworld river shot out from Wang Lin's thumb toward Lu Mei. Lu Mei retreated and slapped her bag of holding. A large, ancient mirror immediately appeared in her hand. This was a low-quality, celestial treasure given to her by the Huan family's ancestor. The underworld finger landed on the mirror and created an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward and the seven-star sword formation swept across the area around Lu Mei. Wang Lin let out a roar and 7 rays of sword energy arrived. A pseudo-late-stage ascendant cultivator with only celestial spiritual energy, but no domain. In my eyes, you aren't even comparable to a real mid-stage ascendant cultivator, Wang Lin calmly said. The finger of death appeared in his right hand and shot toward Lu Mei along with the 7-star sword formation. When the sword energy closed in, Lu Mei's expression changed greatly. At this moment of crisis, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. An object also flew out from her mouth. It was a black needle. The moment the needle flew out, it quickly moved around Lu Mei's body. The 7-star sword formation was immediately blocked, and even the finger of death was pierced by the black needle. Wang Lin coldly looked at it. His eyes became cold as he raised his hand and gently pointed. "Fourth soul, stop." The black needle suddenly stopped. Just as it was struggling, Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived next to Lu Mei. His right hand mercilessly pointed at the spot between her eyebrows. Lu Mei let out a miserable groan, and a large amount of black gas came out from between her eyebrows. She quickly retreated, and her eyes were filled with horror. She didn't think that although Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the early stage of Ascendant, his various spells and treasures were so shocking. "Want to run?" Wang Lin stepped forward once more, and his 2 fingers formed a sword. A strand of origin, soul, thunder condensed at the tip of his finger. This finger was going to take this vicious woman's life. The shadow of death shrouded Lu Mei's body, and her face became pale. Wang Lin's finger just now had injured her origin soul. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a lot of celestial spiritual energy in her body, she would have already died. Lu Mei screamed, "Lier!" Wang Lin frowned. The black fog surrounded by the celestial guard began to churn violently, and miserable cries came from within. These cries were like sharp swords that shot toward Wang Lin and tore his heart apart. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, but he didn't hesitate to point out with his finger. It contained the might of thunder as it descended toward Lu Mei. At this critical moment, despair appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. However, a ring-shaped vortex suddenly appeared in front of Lu Mei. This vortex was pitch black, as if it was filled with thick clouds. A slightly withered arm reached out from the vortex and casually pressed down on Wang Lin's finger. With a bang, Wang Lin's body was knocked back like a meteor. His face was pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with a monstrous coldness. And not dying, an ancient voice came from the vortex. The arm grabbed Lu Mei and pulled her back into the vortex. If you save her, the Huan family will be wiped out. Wang Lin's voice was like the cold wind that blew through his teeth. He stared at the arm. It was obvious that aside from the Huan family's ancestor, there was no one else who could save Lu Mei. As he spoke, Wang Lin charged forward and condensed Ling Tianho's sword energy in his right hand. His fingers shot out like lightning, and the sword energy charged directly at the vortex. Arrogant Junior, even if you have an yin and yang puppet, you are still not a match for the old man. Since you and Huan Mei are old friends, the old man doesn't care about the grudge between the two of you. However, if you continue to bother, the old man won't forgive you. The ancient voice came from the vortex. He grabbed Lu Mei and completely fused with the vortex. However, at this moment, Ling Tianho's sword energy also charged into the vortex toward the Huan family's ancestor. Chapter 681. Ling Tianho's sword energy could be considered extremely sharp. The moment it appeared, countless strands of sword energy appeared and charged into the vortex with a thunderous roar. It chased after the Huan family's ancestor. The moment the sword energy charged into the vortex, it immediately collapsed, and the Huan family's ancestor let out a muffled groan. At this moment, far away in the Huan family's ancestral home on planet Thousand Illusion, the Huan family's ancestor was sitting in his closed-door cultivation room. There was a giant vortex before him, but at this moment, the vortex seemed to be solid and began to shatter inch by inch. The moment it completely shattered, a ray of white light wrapped around Lu Mei and flew out of the vortex. After entering the secret room, the white light immediately scattered and Lu Mei was thrown to the side. The white light didn't have time to care about Lu Mei. It anxiously entered between the Huan family's ancestor's eyebrows. The Huan family's ancestor suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a hint of terror. He didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and mercilessly hit the vortex. He softly shouted, "Break!" Just now, his origin soul had left his body and used a spell to cross space to save Lu Mei. Originally, he didn't care about Wang Lin at all. The moment he appeared, he wanted to take Wang Lin's life. However, he clearly felt that after his finger entered Wang Lin's body, it was shattered by the origin soul. It could only injure Wang Lin, but it couldn't kill him. He couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, he immediately saw the Celestial Guard. Its yin and yang stage shocked the Huan family's ancestor greatly. He knew that he was currently in an extremely weak state, and his cultivation level had dropped to the yin and yang stage. Even if he could win against this puppet, his cultivation level would drop even more. Also, the origin soul inside Wang Lin's body was clearly a bit strange, which made him hesitate. If Wang Lin's cultivation level hadn't dropped, then he wouldn't have any scruples and would have directly started killing. Even so, the Huan family's ancestor didn't care about Wang Lin's cold words at all. He believed that even if Wang Lin had the Celestial Guard puppet, he still had a backup plan. Therefore, after throwing out those harsh words, he quickly left with Lu Mei. This Lu Mei was something that he had painstakingly trained. Aside from his high-sounding words, there was a hidden use for her. He couldn't allow her to be killed before she reached the second step. However, the Huan family's ancestor didn't expect Wang Lin to send out a ray of sword energy at this moment. When the sword energy closed in, he didn't even look at it, but it instantly caused the vortex his origin soul was in to collapse. This shocked him and made him gasp. It would have been fine if only the vortex had collapsed, but the sword chi was not damaged at all. It pierced through and headed straight for his primordial spirit. The power of the sword energy reached a level that made the Huan family's ancestor's scalp go numb. Feeling its might, he vaguely felt the terrifying aura of a Nirvana cleanser cultivator from this sword energy. This terrified him, and he didn't dare to resist, so he fled in panic. He used the fastest speed his origin soul could go and brought Lu Mei out of the vortex. After returning to the Huan family's secret room, his origin soul immediately returned to his body. He used a spell to try to completely destroy the vortex, so that the sword energy would be trapped in the void and couldn't come out. At this moment, the vortex completely collapsed and dissipated into specks of light. The Huan family's ancestor let out a sigh of relief, but his expression immediately changed, and he cursed in his heart. He quickly stood up, grabbed Lu Mei, and quickly retreated. When the vortex disappeared, a ray of golden light suddenly charged out the moment it collapsed. The moment it appeared, millions of rays of sword energy erupted inside the secret room. A thunderous rumble that shook the entire planet instantly echoed. The Huan family's secret room was hit by the sword energy and exploded, forming a ring-shaped shockwave. The room suddenly collapsed and kicked up a lot of dust. The Huan family's ancestor instantly charged out from the gray fog. His face was filled with shock and embarrassment as he grabbed Lu Mei and escaped. Damn it! How could that junior that knows Lu Mei have this kind of sword energy? Which Nirvana Cleanser Senior is crazy enough to give sword energy to a first-step junior? Isn't this bullying? The Huan family's ancestor cursed like crazy in his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand this sword energy, but his body was weak and his cultivation level was low. If he were to withstand this sword energy, he was afraid his cultivation would become even more unstable. The secret room collapsed, and the sword energy charged out toward the Huan family's ancestor. This sword energy contained Ling Tianho's domineering domain. At this moment, it was as if the entire world was filled with a domineering aura. The sword energy was extremely powerful and almost reached its peak. The moment it charged out, the world paused for a moment. With this pause, it was as if time had stopped flowing. The wind and clouds changed colors as they were pushed back, forming a rare scene like a tide in the sea of clouds. All of the powerful cultivators on Planet Thousand Illusions felt this sword energy, and the sky darkened. The moment the sword energy appeared, the world was filled with sword energy. This sword energy was very dense, and the domain it contained was too domineering. Under this domain, it was as if any spell in the world had to give way and couldn't steal its momentum. This domineering aura was the might of the heavens. The sword energy gave off a dazzling, golden glow as it charged forward. It formed the sharpest sword energy in the world as it chased after the Huan family's ancestor. This sword energy was too fast, but you could dodge or escape. However, Ling Tianho's domain contained in this sword energy would become stronger and stronger. The domineering domain meant that the weaker you were, the stronger it would become. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he threw Lu Mei behind him. His hands formed a seal, and there was a flash of white light. His lifestyle was the 10,000 illusion formless Tao. This Tao could also confuse everything, but in his hands, it was even more powerful. His fingers shined brightly, and his Tao increased like crazy. The origin energy in the Huan family's ancestor's body surged into his finger as he let out a roar and mercilessly pointed forward. There was a flash of white light as it charged forward and collided with Ling Tianho's sword energy. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed across Planet Thousand Illusion. The white light dissipated and the golden sword energy entered the Huan family's ancestor's body through his finger. The Huan family's ancestor's body trembled and his face immediately turned pale. The terror in his eyes became even stronger. At this moment, he thought about what that junior had said before. If you save her, the Huan family will be wiped out. He had completely ignored these words before, but now they were like 7 bolts of thunder exploding in his ears. With this kind of sword energy, he didn't doubt that this person had the qualifications to wipe out his Huan family. What made him even more terrified was how many strands of sword energy this person had. If this person has more than 6 strands of sword energy, then unless the old man can recover his Nirvana Scryer cultivation, he will without a doubt die. This isn't the most terrifying thing. What is truly terrifying is the owner of this sword energy. To be able to give this kind of sword energy to this junior They must have a very close relationship. They might even be a direct descendant. The Huan family's ancestor's scalp went numb. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel fear. Although he was the Huan family's ancestor and had reached the Nirvana Scryer stage, he knew just how terrifying a Nirvana cleanser cultivator was. The second step of cultivation was very different from the first step. In the first step, if one had some heaven-defying treasures or powerful spells, it wasn't impossible to challenge someone at a higher cultivation level than them. Sometimes, with a good combination of treasures and spells, one could even instantly kill someone. However, in the second step, it was impossible to challenge someone at a higher cultivation level. The difference between each level was like heaven and earth. Not to mention the difference between Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser. Just the difference between the early stage and mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer was an insurmountable gap. Just a ray of sword energy from a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was enough to make him so apprehensive. At this moment, the best choice was to hand over Lu Mei. The Huan family's ancestor's gaze fell on the disappointed Lu Mei in the distance. He clenched his teeth and gave up on this idea. This person knows Lu Mei, so he must be someone from the Alliance Star system. No matter how strong his teacher is, without the Luo Tian stone, it would be impossible for him to enter this place, unless they have their own transfer array. However, even if they do, when his teacher arrives, it will no longer be a matter between the two of us. It will be a war between two star systems, and the experts of the Thunder Celestial Temple will naturally appear. Moreover, once the old man's plan with Lu Mei succeeds, the old man might also reach the Nirvana Cleanser stage. Even if he doesn't reach the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Scryer, there should be no problem. After making up his mind, the Huan family's ancestors' divine sense spread out across planet Thousand Illusion. Old friend of the Qian family, Brother Su, I have something to ask of you. On planet Ranyun, Wang Lin stared at the collapsing vortex before withdrawing his gaze. His gaze fell on the black fog, surrounded by the celestial guard puppets. Bursts of childish screams continued to come from the black fog. Every sound was like a sharp sword that stabbed into Wang Lin's heart. There was a flash of pain in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the black fog. The pair of cloudy eyes inside the fog gave off a powerful resentment when they met Wang Lin's gaze. This is my child, my Wang Lin's blood relative in this world. Wang Lin slowly walked into the black fog, surrounded by the celestial guard puppets. His eyes revealed a hint of softness. He hesitated for a bit before raising his right hand and reaching into the fog. The resentful soul inside the fog bit Wang Lin's finger without hesitation. Its sharp teeth broke through Wang Lin's skin, and a cold resentment immediately rushed into Wang Lin's body through the wound. Wang Lin didn't withdraw his hand. His eyes were still gentle as he quietly looked at the child inside the fog that was constantly sucking his blood. You'll be fine. Your name is Lier. The word Li is not good. Change it to Ping. From now on, your name will be Wang Ping. I hope you will be safe for the rest of your life. Don't be like me. The first update has been delivered, and today is still the third update. This is the promise I made before. Fellow cultivators, the monthly votes crisis is only 20 votes away from catching up. The ones in front are 200 votes away from catching up. Monthly votes, I want monthly votes. Chapter 682. The resentful soul inside the fog could clearly hear Wang Lin's words, but its eyes were cold and filled with resentment. It bit Wang Lin's finger as if it wanted to let Wang Lin feel the resentment it had accumulated for hundreds of years. Wang Lin looked at the child for a long time before letting out a sigh. The resentment that had entered his body had no effect on him. The thunder from his origin soul would sweep by and completely remove it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and restrictions appeared around the fog. The moment the celestial guard retreated, the restrictions suddenly shrank. As the fog shrank, it was gradually sealed by the restrictions. In the end, Wang Lin gently picked up the sealed child, pressed it between his eyebrows, and placed it inside the heaven-defying bead. A portion of his origin soul entered the heaven-defying bead and continued to dispel the resentment. Once Father finishes dealing with the trivial matters, I'll go into closed-door cultivation to help you dispel the resentment. Ping don't worry, Wang Lin softly said. Then his right hand reached out and the fourth soul appeared in his hand. He took out the soul flag and threw it inside. Teacher Dun Tian, disciple has retrieved the fourth soul. The power of the soul flag will appear once more. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze fell on the city in the distance. Wang Lin calmly said, "Come out." Son, she carefully flew out from the city. He had seen the entire battle just now and was extremely shocked. Whether it was Lu Mei's vicious method or the Huan family's ancestors' arrival, it all set off a monstrous wave in his heart. At this moment, facing Wang Lin, perhaps it was because his cultivation level had dropped, but his heart was filled with boundless awe and fear. "Say, Senior." Wang Lin looked at Sun Shi. The flying sword under his feet was unstable. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "Brother Sun, there is no need to be like this." Sun Shi was silent. He took a deep breath, cupped his fists at Wang Lin, and said bitterly, Brother Su, the three of us concealed our avatars so that we could drag you into this mess and make you our scapegoat. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are the Ran family's ancestor on Xiao Yao safe?" Wang Lin asked softly. Sun Shi quickly said, "The Ran family's ancestor had a clone a few hundred years ago, but he has long since left planet Ranyan. I don't know where he went, but I don't think there will be any problems. As for Zhao Chuanwen, he can't refine a clone, but he seems to have some kind of spell that can separate his origin soul. I guess he also left planet Ranyan a long time ago." Wang Lin was silent for a moment. Then he slowly said, "Since I accepted the celestial jade from the three of you, I will do my best. Let's not talk about their lives for now. As for their descendants, I will guarantee their safety for 100 years, and their clan's fire will not be extinguished. This way, I will do my best." Sun Shi clasped his hands and revealed a look of gratitude. "Brother Su, I thank you on behalf of the two of them." After he finished speaking, he hesitated a bit and then said, "But the Huan family." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the stars and land on planet Thousand Illusion. He decisively said, "The Huan family will no longer exist." He wasn't arrogant or overestimating himself, but there was a crazy idea in his heart. In order to kill Lu Mei, anyone who tried to stop him would be killed by Wang Lin. Sun Shi's body trembled. He could feel a killing intent brewing inside Wang Lin's body that was about to erupt. This killing intent was too strong, and once it appeared, the world would be dyed blood red. Sun Shi's cultivation level had dropped too much, so his mind trembled. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin lowered his head to look at Sun Shi and slowly said, "You don't need to comprehend anything below the soul formation stage. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you can continue to climb. Also, your original body has cultivated for countless years and has its own comprehension. I can help you increase your cultivation to the late stage of nascent soul, but above the soul formation stage, you will need to break through on your own. This way, you will still have a chance to reach the ascendant stage in the future, or even higher." Sun Shi pondered and bitterly smiled. "When I reach the ascendant stage, it was a narrow escape from death. I really don't have the courage to go through that life and death test again." Thinking about the life and death test of reaching the ascendant stage, Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "I can't help you reach the ascendant stage. At most, because you still have your own comprehension, I can help you reach the soul transformation stage. However, this will require the help of a rank 8 spirit pill. But if you do that, your cultivation will stop at the soul transformation stage for the rest of your life." Back when Suzaku was still alive, Shui was chosen by the country of Rosefinch because of Red Butterfly and became a rank 5 cultivation country. Their sect master used a similar method to go from the soul formation stage to the soul transformation stage, but he was stuck there for the rest of his life. At this moment, Wang Lin had a rank 8 spirit pill, so under his control, Sun, she wouldn't be unable to withstand the power of the pill. Sun, she clenched his teeth and decisively said, "Brother Su, I choose the latter." Wang Lin didn't say anything else. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The world suddenly darkened, and the underworld river appeared. It was as if it had turned into a yellow river that bent the heavens and earth. To increase Sun Shi's cultivation level, he needed to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Even with Wang Lin's ability, he couldn't do it without using a spell. He could only use his own Tao to move the spiritual energy in the world. The underworld river appeared, and Wang Lin's Tao entered it, forming a powerful force. At this moment, the entire earth trembled, and the broken spirit veins deep underground began to gather spiritual energy. Third form of the underworld river, the power of the underworld river. Wang Lin softly said, and the underworld river in the sky began to rumble. At the same time, a powerful suction force came from the underworld river until it reached a limit. The entire earth trembled, and strands of spiritual energy from the broken spirit veins flew into the air like dragons. The moment they flew into the air, they were absorbed by the underworld river. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His left hand grabbed Sun Shi and sent him into the underworld river. He shouted, "Close your eyes and cultivate." Inside the underworld river, Sun Shi's ears were filled with mournful cries. His heart trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes to cultivate. Dense spiritual energy entered his body like crazy. Shortly after, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a rank 8 pill. He crushed the wax on the surface, and a rich fragrance came out. He threw the pill toward the underworld river. Halfway there, the pill turned into green smoke and entered the underworld river. 3 days later, a roar came from Wang Lin's underworld river. Sun Shi suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly, and his body flickered. He stepped out of the underworld river. He stared at his hands in a daze. His origin soul scanned his body, and his face was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath, and the joy of recovering something he had lost filled his body. Sun Shi bowed deeply toward Wang Lin and said, "Brother Su, I can't thank you enough for giving me a new lease on life." During these 3 days, Wang Lin had been controlling the underworld river. Now that Sun Shi stepped out and the underworld river disappeared, he calmly said, "Your cultivation has recovered to the mid-stage of soul transformation, but this is the limit. You don't need to thank me. It's just a matter of honor." After he finished speaking, Wang Lin looked up at the sky and softly said, "I'll leave this place to you for now. Settle down the descendants of the 3 families and wait for me to return." Wang Lin stepped forward and flew into the sky. The atmosphere wasn't able to stop Wang Lin. He was like a meteor as he charged through the planet's ceiling formation. The star compass turned into a ray of silver light that carried him toward Planet Thousand Illusion. The location of Planet Thousand Illusion was clearly marked on the jade sun she gave him. The silver light was filled with killing intent as it locked onto Planet Thousand Illusion. Inside the silver light, Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position. During the 3 days that Sun Shi had recovered his cultivation, Wang Lin had put his crazy idea into action. At this moment, his eyes were extremely cold as he silently looked ahead. The Huan family has been on Planet Thousand Illusion for many years. Their power is very complicated and deeply rooted. However, I don't believe that there are many second-step cultivators in the family. I'm afraid there is only one second-step cultivator. After all, second-step cultivators are simply too rare. If the Huan family's ancestor is dead set on protecting Lu Mei, then there will definitely be people to help. After all, the Huan family is only one of the many forces on Planet Thousand Illusion. On Planet Thousand Illusion, the Huan family's ancestor had already given the order for all direct descendants to return to the southern part of Planet Thousand Illusion. In addition, he had activated the Huan family's protection formation, and a curtain of light covered the southern part of Planet Thousand Illusion. However, there were too many people in the Huan family, so they couldn't all arrive in a short amount of time. Some of them were still on the way, so the Huan family's ancestor was anxious and sent out a large amount of high-level cultivators to bring them back. There were three large cultivation families on planet Thousand Illusion. They were the Qian, Huan, and Su families. Among the three families, the Qian family was the largest, the Huan family was second, and the Su family was last. The Qian family had a total of 3 second-step cultivators. With their powerful strength, they were the overlords of planet Thousand Illusion and occupied the northern and eastern regions. As for the Huan family, they only had 2 second-step cultivators. One of them died thousands of years ago during the opening of the Thunder Celestial Realm, and the other was the Huan family's ancestor. Normally, the Huan family couldn't be ranked second on planet Thousand Illusion, but their bloodline could be traced back to a celestial from the Thunder Celestial Realm. Rumor had it that the Huan family had an inheritance, celestial treasure, and a protection jade from that celestial before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed. Inside the jade was a spell of that celestial. This was why the Huan family was able to maintain their position even though their ancestor had been away for thousands of years. As for the Su family, they were mysterious enough to make the Huan and Qian families dread them. All kinds of clues and signs showed that the Su family was inextricably linked to the famous planet Donglin in the Luo Tian star system. The prestige of planet Donglin was too great, so the Su family was worthy of being the third force on planet Thousand Illusion. Fortunately, the Su family was very low-key and normally didn't participate in any matters on planet Thousand Illusion. As a result, the three forces got along well with each other, and there were very few conflicts. On this day, one of the 3 second-step cultivators from the Qian family, the Yin and Yang illusory corporeal realm ancestor, left the Qian family and charged toward the stars. His target was Wang Lin, who was rushing here. Chapter 683. Qian Kuizi was one of the Qian family's 3 ancestors. He had cultivated for more than 10,000 years and was a good friend of the Huan family's ancestor. At this moment, he walked out of Planet Thousand Illusion and sat down in the stars outside Planet Thousand Illusion. He coldly looked into the distance and quietly waited. This time, he didn't represent the Qian family. He was personally helping the Huan family's ancestor. However, he wasn't helping for free. He was eyeing a treasure of the Huan family. I only need to kill that audacious junior to obtain that treasure. There are too many clues about this matter. That Huan Wuqing is also stingy, but he is actually so generous this time. Qian Kuizi looked to be about 40 years old. His face was white and he was very handsome. His white Taoist robe made him look like a celestial. I fear that this audacious junior will be very difficult to deal with. The terrifying sword energy that came from the Huan family's direction is likely related to that junior. I can't be impulsive about this matter. When that junior arrives, I need to carefully observe him. If I can act, I'll directly kill him to exchange for the treasure. If I can't act, then there's no need to bury the seeds of disaster for the future, just for a treasure. Qian Kuizi made up his mind. He closed his eyes and floated motionlessly among the stars. Several days later, a ray of silver light flew over like a meteor. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stood inside the silver light. He stared at the changing colors of Planet Thousand Illusion in the distance. He came with killing intent. Anyone who tried to stop him would be his enemy. As the silver light flashed, Qian Kuizi opened his eyes and calmly looked over. Wang Lin also saw Qian Kuizi. His pupils shrank and revealed a flash of coldness. Sure enough, there is a helper. Someone stop. Qian Kuizi's voice was soft and weak when it came out of his mouth. However, it seemed to turn into seals that rapidly spread out like thunder. Word command law. The silver dragon formed by Wang Lin's star compass seemed to dim under the pressure of this thunderous roar. Wang Lin's gaze was cold as he stared at Qian Kuizi in front of him. He naturally couldn't see through Qian Kuizi's cultivation with his divine sense. But after fusing with the celestial guard puppet, he could see that Qian Kuizi had reached the Yin illusory realm. Although the celestial guard puppet is also at the illusory Yin stage, it cannot compare to a true cultivator. It is slightly lacking. Wang Lin was aware of the drawbacks of puppets, but with the special abilities of immortal guards, the strength of immortal guards was not weak. Qian Kuizi's eyes were calm as he slowly said, "Did you come for the Huan family?" His tone was slightly arrogant. Wang Lin stood on the star compass and stared at the other party. He coldly said, "That's right." Qian Kuizi looked at Wang Lin and carefully looked at him. "You're so young, yet you're trying to exterminate your family. Could it be that your family's elder doesn't care? Tell me the name of your family's elder. Perhaps the old man knows you and you'll be spared." From his point of view, there was nothing special about this child. His cultivation level was also very weak. He hadn't even reached the mid-stage of ascendant. When Qian Kuizi's gaze fell on the shadow under Wang Lin's feet, his eyes narrowed. An illusory puppet. Although Qian Kuizi's expression was calm, he sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Qian Kuizi stared at the shadow under Wang Lin's feet with a hint of greed in his eyes. Which family is this? How could they be so generous to refine a powerful yin and yang cultivator into a puppet for this junior? This is too terrifying. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he calmly said, "Senior, this is a personal grudge between me and the Huan family. I hope you don't get involved." Qian Kuizi struggled in his heart. On one hand, he wanted this puppet, but on the other hand, he was worried about the power of this person's family. However, in the end, his greed overcame his reason. After all, in his view, the value of an illusory puppet was too great. Also, he was only acting for the Huan family. Not to mention how the Huan family would find out if he killed this child. Even if they found out, they could still push the blame onto the Huan family. Then, with the Qian and Huan families working together, even the Huan family would have to think twice. Qian Kuizi's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Hand over your puppet, and the old man won't get involved in this matter." The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He still had 2 strands of Ling Tianho's sword energy in his body. Before he entered the Tide Abyss, he originally had 2 strands of Ling Tianho's sword energy. He used one to help the ancient demon. Then he obtained 2 more in the Tide Abyss, making a total of 3 strands. The shadow under Wang Lin flickered and appeared before him. The celestial guard puppet appeared. Its eyes were filled with battle intent as it stared at Qian Kuizi. "Kill!" Wang Lin let out a roar. The celestial guard's eyes lit up, and it took a step forward. At the same time, its hands moved and tore open several rifts in space. Qian Kuizi's pupil shrank, but he didn't get up. He was still sitting in the lotus position, and his right hand formed a seal before him. He chanted, and countless runes came out of his mouth. The area around him was immediately filled with runes. These runes all gave off a powerful aura and rapidly closed in on the Celestial Guard. The Celestial Guard was refined by Celestial Emperor Qing Lin based on the ancient gods. Most of its spells were reflected in the strength of its body. At this moment, the Celestial Guard's right hand formed a seal, and a ray of golden light shined from its palm. The light surrounded its body, and it seemed to turn into a golden person. As it stepped forward, it threw a punch. That punch formed a series of sonic booms that reverberated through the galaxy. Countless fine cracks appeared in the galaxy, and with that punch, a large number of runes in front of it immediately collapsed. Qian Kuizi's eyes revealed a strange light, and he laughed. "It's actually an illusory puppet that refined its body. The old man must have it." As he spoke, he changed his incantation. When he chanted again, the tone of his incantation was different. It was powerful like metal striking metal. In an instant, all the runes began to flash with lightning. In the blink of an eye, they turned into tens of thousands of bolts of lightning that shot toward the Celestial Guard. These bolts of lightning seemed to be connected to each other and seemed to light up the stars. They descended with thunderous roars. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stood on the star compass. He slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot flew out. It turned into the thunder beast and let out a roar as it charged forward. As soon as its roar echoed out, the tens of thousands of magical symbols of lightning suddenly stopped moving. Qian Kuizi stared in shock as the lightning left the magical symbols and flew toward the lightning beast, which then swallowed them up. The thunder beast's body instantly doubled in size. It let out a burp, and the lightning in its eyes became even more intense. This is Thunder Beast. Chin Queasy suddenly stood up. His expression changed greatly as he stared at the Thunder Beast and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. Why do you have that sharp sword energy? Why do you have this illusory puppet? All of this is because you're someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. Chin Queasy sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly put away all the runes. He no longer had any greedy thoughts about the puppet. Little friend, please forgive me. The old man was reckless just now. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chin Queasy's face was pale as he quickly spoke. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. I actually stole something from the Thunder Celestial Temple, really. Chin Queasy's face was filled with bitterness. He could provoke any cultivation family in the Luo Tian star system, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the Thunder Celestial Temple. To him, the Thunder Celestial Temple was an existence he simply couldn't provoke. Originally, with his cultivation level in mind, it was impossible for him to believe that Wang Lin was someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the end, it was all because of the Thunder Beast. In the Luo Tian star system, only the Thunder Celestial Temple had a Thunder Beast. This was basically a dead end. Similarly, the Thunder Beast was the symbol of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Chin Queasy had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had never heard of anyone not from the Thunder Celestial Temple possessing a Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast only belonged to the Thunder Celestial Temple. In his mind, this had become eternal. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. He stared at Chin Queasy and calmly said, "A misunderstanding." Chin Queasy bitterly smiled. Although he was unwilling in his heart, with his cultivation level, if he hadn't offended Wang Lin first, he wouldn't have spoken like this even if he knew Wang Lin was someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. Unless Wang Lin was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple that had reached the second step, then he would act like this. However, right now he was the one who provoked Wang Lin first and even tried to steal something from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In his view, this child had to have some sort of status in the Thunder Celestial Temple. Otherwise, why would the Thunder Celestial Temple arrange an illusory puppet to protect him? After hesitating for a bit, Chin Queasy bitterly smiled and said, "Little friend, I can't help you deal with the Huan family. After all, we are both from the same star. Also, you are a member of the Thunder Celestial Temple, so you don't need the old man's help. However, little friend can rest assured that my Qian family will not participate in this matter. We will cut off all ties with the Huan family. I want celestial jades." Wang Lin calmly looked at Chin Queasy. Chin Queasy was startled and said, "Your Thunder Celestial Temple is still lacking celestial jades? Okay, I'll give the old man to you." He bitterly smiled in his heart and thought that this was the punishment for being greedy. He couldn't provoke the Thunder Celestial Temple. Every single one of them had a life-saving spell. Aside from that, even if he really did kill this person, it wouldn't take long before there would be no place left for the Qian family in the Luo Tian star system. This person probably wants a lot of celestial jades. Alas, he didn't say the specifics. He must have wanted me to handle it myself. This. Chin Queasy clenched his teeth as he took out a bag of holding and painfully threw it at Wang Lin. Then he clasped his hands and flew back to Planet Thousand Illusion. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stepped into Planet Thousand Illusion. The moment he entered, his divine sense spread out and enveloped the Huan family. Then he gloomily sent out a divine sense message. "Huan Wuqing, you made me provoke someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. I'll remember this. When your Huan family is destroyed, I'll definitely repay you through your descendants." In the Huan family's ancestral home, the Huan family ancestor frowned and sent out a divine sense message. "He is not someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. He is the same as my adopted daughter, Huan Mei, from the Alliance star system." "Bullshit, your divine sense was also there. Didn't you see that Thunder Beast?" Thunder Beasts only exist in the Thunder Celestial realm. They are the symbol of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Who doesn't know this? Chen Kuizi was furious. He thought, Huan Wuqing, Huan Wuqing, even now you still want to hide it from me. I'll remember this. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. I'm begging for monthly votes. Recommendations are fine too. Chapter 684. Thunder Celestial Temple. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had heard this name. He looked at the thunder beast beside him and began to ponder. Then he took a step forward and entered Planet Thousand Illusion. After putting away the star compass, he passed through the astral wind of Planet Thousand Illusion and appeared before Wang Lin. He spread out his divine sense and immediately locked onto the south. Then he moved like a meteor and charged toward Planet Thousand Illusion. In the southern part of Planet Thousand Illusion, in the Huan family's ancestral home, the Huan family's ancestor, Huan Wuqing, had his hands behind his back as he looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Beside him, the direct descendants of the Huan family stood in 2 rows. None of them spoke. However, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in their expressions, but they endured it and didn't say anything. Lu Mei was also standing beside the Huan family's ancestor. She silently looked at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. As for the other family members, they were arranged to stay in the surrounding houses. Not all of them had returned. There were still some that couldn't make it back in time. The Huan family's ancestor looked at the sky and said, Huan Mei, the old man will ask you again. Are you sure this person is from the Alliance star system like you? Lu Mei gently nodded and didn't speak. How could someone from the Alliance star system have a thunder beast? Even Huan Wuqing was extremely puzzled about this. He didn't know that the creator of the god-slaying war chariot had a lot of friends. In order to refine the beast soul inside the god-slaying war chariot, he ran to the Thunder Celestial Realm and used some unknown method to obtain several thunder beasts from the Thunder Celestial Lord. At this moment, under the Huan family's ancestors' gaze, a thunderous roar came from the distance, and a meteor flew over. This meteor was Wang Lin. The thunder beast followed beside him. The beast was breathing, and lightning moved around its body. Its fierce eyes stared at the Huan family members below. The starlight dissipated, and Wang Lin stepped out. Below him was the Huan family's ancestral home's formation. The Huan family's ancestral home was very large. From afar, it looked like a city. It was completely black, as if it was a fierce beast from ancient times. Hand over Lu Mei. Wang Lin's voice was cold. His cold gaze fell on Lu Mei, who was next to the Huan family's ancestor, below the formation. A complicated look appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. She turned her head, as if she was unwilling to look at Wang Lin. You overestimate yourself. The Huan family's ancestor's eyes lit up, and he said, Junior, old man, if you break the Huan family's formation, then say that. Wang Lin's expression was as cold as ever. He slapped the thunder beast on the head, causing it to throw its head back and roar. Its roar was like thunder, and the entire world seemed to be filled with thunder. The sky immediately turned cold, and large amounts of dark clouds formed. As the thunder beast roared, the dark clouds crackled with electricity. The thunder beast stomped on the ground, and its body flashed with lightning. Its roar became even louder, and the thunder in the sky became even more intense. Bolts of thunder descended from the sky and landed on the Huan family's formation. Popping sounds echoed across the world. The power of the thunder beasts seemed to descend from the heavens as they smashed down on the formation one by one. The Huan family's formation shined brightly, and a large amount of ripples appeared. When the thunder beasts landed on the formation, they seemed to be absorbed and quickly dissipated. Wang Lin's gaze became even colder. He bit the tip of his right finger, and a drop of blood flew out and landed between the thunder beast's eyebrows. Seal open. The moment Wang Lin's cold words came out, the thunder beast's body trembled. At the same time, the might of thunder erupted from its body and formed a storm of thunder. This storm was too big. The moment it appeared, it immediately stirred up the clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning whistled through the air and formed a net of lightning around its body. Break the formation! As Wang Lin shouted, the lightning around the thunder beast reached its limit. At this moment, a large amount of sand and stones floated into the air. It was as if there was a mysterious force shrouding the world. In addition to this, even the Huan family members inside the formation felt this endless power. Their faces all turned pale. Some of them were more knowledgeable and immediately recognized the Thunder Beast. Their expressions immediately changed. Ancestor, this is the Thunder Beast. Earlier, Qian Kuizi's divine sense was only targeted at Huan Wuqing, so the other Huan family members didn't know about the Thunder Beast. Ancestor, the Thunder Beast represents the Thunder Celestial Temple. Ancestor, please reconsider. Ancestor, to cause a calamity for my Huan family for an outsider is not appropriate. The moment the Huan family's direct descendants' patience appeared, they couldn't endure it anymore and spat it out. This patience had appeared ever since Lu Mei arrived. It increased during the blood transfusion art, and now it erupted. All of you, old man, shut up. The Huan family's ancestor's eyes narrowed, and he coldly looked at the 4 direct descendant family members. At this moment, the storm formed by the Thunder Beast closed in. The Thunder Beast charged directly at the formation. If the lightning bolts that had descended from the sky earlier could be said to have caused the formation to flicker, the charge of the lightning beast now seemed to have fused all of the lightning bolts together into a single bolt of lightning that charged toward Zhangxian. The impact was extremely powerful. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky became even thicker, and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the thunderstorm formed by the roaring Thunder Beast. The roar of the Thunder Beast echoed across the world. Its momentum was shocking as it suddenly smashed into the formation. A deafening rumble echoed throughout the entire planet Thousand Illusions. At this moment, a deafening roar rang out. Boom! The thunderstorm formed by the Thunder Beast formed countless bolts of lightning that continued to move around the Huan family's formation. The Thunder Beast at the center of the thunderstorm was like a sharp awl that immediately caved in the light curtain. The sound of thunder echoed across the world. Under this powerful might of thunder, it was as if the heavens were angry. At this moment, Qian Kuizi sneered. The Huan family members below the formation were all pale. Aside from the Huan family's ancestor, everyone else was a bit flustered by the might of thunder. As people from the All-Heaven Star system under the Thunder Celestial Realm, they had unimaginable obsession and awe toward thunder spells. At this moment, facing the attack of the Thunder Beast that represented the Thunder Celestial Temple, what panicked them wasn't their cultivation, but their hearts. The rumbling of the thunderstorm didn't stop and continued to send out large amounts of thunder to destroy the formation. However, this formation was, after all, the Huan family's formation, so it was very powerful. Even under this kind of attack, it still didn't show any signs of breaking. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin outside the formation and thought, "Release your sword energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to break through this formation. Only by continuously exhausting your sword chi will I be able to kill you." As the thunderstorm continued to attack, Wang Lin's shadow flashed. The moment the Celestial Guard appeared, it took a step forward, arrived above the formation, and threw a punch. This punch seemed to replace all the light in the world and gave off a dazzling golden glow. Even the thunder seemed a bit dim at this moment. Boom! The Celestial Guard's punch landed on the formation, and it immediately let out a creaking sound, as if it couldn't bear the weight. Under the double attack of the thunderstorm and the Celestial Guard, ripples appeared on the formation and dissipated all the power. The Celestial Guard withdrew its fist, but it didn't stop and threw another punch. Shortly after, its figure split into countless fists that landed on the formation like raindrops. The Thunder Beast let out a roar, and its body flashed with lightning as it displayed its might once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The expressions of the Huan family members below the formation became even more gloomy. A low voice came from the front of the direct descendants of the Huan family. "Ancestor." The Huan family's ancestor frowned. If it was an ordinary family member, he could ignore it, but this person's identity was a bit special. The Huan family's ancestor turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the Huan family's patriarch, Huan Fengshen. Huan Wuqing said, in a serious tone, "Fengshen, are you also against the old man?" Fengshen doesn't dare, but ancestor, it doesn't matter if this person is someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple or not. He has a thunder beast and a puppet at the yin and yang stage. Fengshen wants to ask ancestor if our Huan family should befriend him or fight to the death with him. Huan Fengshen's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancestor without flinching and said, "Befriending him is like having another friend. What benefit is there for us to fight to the death with him? Is it just to protect a foreign family member?" Her cultivation was forcibly raised to the peak of the late stage of ascendant by ancestor, so her domain can't keep up. Even if she makes a breakthrough in her life, she will be stuck at the yin and yang stage. I understand ancestors' intentions, but for the sake of your own greed, the risk is a bit too big. Lu Mei didn't have any expression toward this. She only quietly looked ahead with eyes that were calm. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy as he looked at Huan Fengshen. After pondering a bit, he decisively said, "The old man knows what he's doing." Huan Fengshen let out a sigh and clasped his hands. Ancestor insists, so Fengshen doesn't dare to follow. If this person doesn't break the formation, it's fine, but once the formation is broken, Fengshen will immediately choose to retreat just in case. Fengshen's nature is to seek stability, not danger. The Huan family's formation shined brightly and ripples spread out like waves. As the rumbling continued, the formation began to weaken. The light seemed to have reached its limit, and the ripples covered the entire formation. Even the vision inside and outside the formation became blurry, as if they were in water. The roar of the Thunder Beast and the bombardment of the Celestial Guard reached their peak. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He slapped his bag of holding, and a large sword appeared in his hand. This sword was the Rain Celestial Sword. It was separated from the Rain Celestial Sword by Zhou Yi and belonged to Wang Lin alone. The sharp sword energy was 3 inches long and didn't shoot out. Bursts of pressure came from the sword, and when it was in Wang Lin's hand, it seemed to fuse with the world because Wang Lin was its true master. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he held the celestial sword and tilted it up. "Heavenly Chop," he shouted himself hoarse, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 685. Great Riches was the first flying sword that Wang Lin obtained from the Hengyu sect. It was as if everything was destined the moment that young man held the sword. During this period of time, hundreds of years of karma passed in a flash. Great Riches contained the soul skill of the previous generation's Rain Sword spirit. This soul skill wasn't a celestial spell, not a Dao spell, and not a spell. It was a sword art, an extremely powerful sword art that was inherited from the ancient sword intent. Wang Lin held the celestial sword as he looked at the celestial guards and thunder beasts attacking the formation. When the formation was about to collapse, he raised the celestial sword. The calmness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with sword energy. At this moment, his entire body fused with the sword in his hand. The celestial sword rose. Fall! That simple action caused the sky and earth to sink into an illusory darkness. Whether it was the celestial guard or the lightning beast, they all seemed to disappear at that moment. The only thing left in the world was this simple fall. This sword seemed like it was going to split the heavens and earth, as if it was going to tear the world apart. There was no sword energy or celestial spiritual energy, but this simple fall would cause anyone who saw it to feel a shock that came from the soul. The first to bear the brunt was the Huan family's ancestor. His eyes widened and were filled with unimaginable shock as he exclaimed, This is law." It was as if the world was being torn apart before his eyes, and the sound of it being torn echoed in his mind. The dim world seemed to really be torn apart. Not only him, even Huan Fengshen sucked in a breath of cold air. A monstrous killing intent spread out from the moment the flying sword fell. It shredded Huan Fengshen's eyes and imprinted itself on his mind. Huan Fengshen's body suddenly stiffened. This is... Huan Fengshen's mind trembled violently. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced between his eyebrows, and charged out from the top of his head. He subconsciously took a few steps back. With his late-stage ascendant cultivation level, he couldn't see through the laws of the sword, but he could clearly feel that when the sword fell, it seemed to contain some kind of heavenly law, but more than that, it was a sharpness that could tear apart the heavenly law. Pung pung, pung pung, pung pung. Huan Fengshen could clearly hear his own heartbeat rapidly accelerating. He even felt as if the world was collapsing around him. All the direct descendants of the Huan family that were originally looking at the sky were filled with shock. That simple fall made them feel like they were there. It was as if they were being torn apart along with the world. The sweat from their bodies instantly soaked their clothes. Given the level of their cultivation bases, they had no idea why this was happening. Why was it that the flying sword in Meng Hao's hand had simply descended, and even though there was a grand spell formation blocking the way, they still felt this way? The terror of death spread through their hearts. It wasn't just them. Qian Kuizi, who had been observing this place with his divine sense, suddenly stood up from the secret room of the Qian family. Rules. This sword contained the laws of the world. Isn't the second step the pursuit of laws? The first step is to comprehend the heavenly law and transform it into the second step's power of laws. If this child isn't someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple, how could he use such a sword? At the same time, the Su family also noticed this. A white-haired old man from the Su family was also observing the Huan family's battlefield with his divine sense. He originally had an agreement with the Huan family's ancestor, but the moment he lifted his foot, he gently put it down. This child's sword art is very strong. Although I'm not afraid, since he dares to challenge the Huan family, he must have a backup plan. The sword fell, and at this moment, all the sound in the world disappeared. The Huan family's formation collapsed without any physical contact or attack. After putting away the sword, Wang Lin's face was pale, but the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. He stared at the Huan family below after the formation was gone. The heavenly chop had a great effect on one's body. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. To use this move, one needed origin energy that was tightly fused with one's origin soul. The origin energy of an ascendant cultivator was fused with their origin soul, but this heavenly chop could separate a part of it. The origin energy of an ascendant cultivator was fixed, and if they lost too much, their cultivation would greatly regress. Fortunately, due to Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal, Wang Lin had a bit more origin energy than normal ascendant cultivators. The Huan family was completely silent. Huan Wuqing's eyes became even more gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin and coldly said, "Old man, I underestimated you. You actually have a sword art that contains law with your ascendant cultivation. You are indeed very strong. However, the gap between the first and second step is too big. If you used this sword art with your second step cultivation, it might have been a bit interesting, but right now, it is useless. Today, you have broken my Huan family's formation, so you will without a doubt die. Ancestral Jade, please." The Huan family's ancestor let out a roar, and a powerful force suddenly rose from the Huan family's ancestral home. This force was filled with auspiciousness and shrouded the entire Huan family like a celestial wind. In the Huan family's ancestral hall in the distance, a golden jade slowly floated into the air. The auspicious force came from this jade. The moment the jade appeared, it was as if a separate world had been created on planet Thousand Illusion. The Huan family's ancestral home became its own world. The Huan family's ancestor stared at Wang Lin and sneered. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't personally act. He dreaded Wang Lin's sword energy far too much. The reason he asked Qian Kuizi to come out earlier was to exhaust Wang Lin's sword energy. The Huan family's formation also had the same plan. However, he didn't expect Qian Kuizi to retreat without a fight. Moreover, his formation was broken by Qian Kuizi without using any sword energy. Instead, he used the Thunder Beast, the puppet, and the Sword of Law. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and took out the Huan family's precious treasure, the jade left by their ancestor. This jade contained the celestial spell of the Huan family's ancestor from the Thunder celestial realm. The Huan family relied on this jade and a celestial treasure left by their ancestor to reach their current status. Huan Wuqing thought to himself. Unfortunately, the ancestor's treasure disappeared along with Huan Wuxiang thousands of years ago. Otherwise, with that celestial treasure, there would be no need to take out the jade. The boundless energy emitted from the jade slip was like a spring breeze blowing past. The jade slip also emitted a dense light. Suddenly, the jade slip seemed to melt and took on the shape of a human. Although the facial features of the human could not be seen clearly, it gave off a dignified feeling. The Huan family's celestial jade is very powerful. Rumor has it that the celestial of the Huan family was comparable to a nirvana cleanser cultivator. I wonder how this messenger of the Thunder celestial temple will resolve it. However, it's a bit strange. Why didn't the Huan family's ancestor take out his ancestor's treasure and instead took out this jade? Qin Kuizi's eyes shined as he looked over with his divine sense. Inside the Su family, the old man revealed a smile and muttered, "The Huan family's celestial treasure should have been taken by the elders of the family. The Huan family's ancestor did leave behind a decent treasure, but I didn't expect that because of that celestial treasure, a second-step cultivator of the Huan family died." Inside the Huan family's ancestral home, Huan Fengshen stared at Wang Lin the moment the jade appeared. He didn't see any panic on Wang Lin's face. Seeing that Huan Wuqing was about to use the spell from the jade, Huan Fengshen's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He took a step forward and said, "Ancestor, my Huan family will not participate in this matter. As the Huan family's patriarch, I have the right to withdraw from this matter. Ancestor wants to protect Huan Mei, but that is a personal grudge. I hope you won't drag the entire Huan family down with you." As he spoke, he raised his head toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, I'm a Huan family's patriarch, Huan Fengshen. As I said earlier, this is a personal grudge between you and Huan Wuqing. My Huan family will not participate, so I hope fellow cultivator can distinguish right from wrong." The Huan family's ancestor's eyes were cold as he looked at Huan Fengshen. He revealed a gloomy smile as he looked at the surrounding direct descendants and gloomily said, "What about you guys?" The surrounding direct descendants of the Huan family all silently pondered for a moment before walking next to Huan Fengshen. The Huan family's ancestor revealed a gloomy smile as he coldly looked at everyone and slowly said, "A bunch of trash." With that, he raised his head and stared at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal. Then he pointed and shouted, "Good fortune, Jade, kill this person." The figure formed by the Jade stepped forward step by step toward Wang Lin. As the figure moved, an unimaginable amount of celestial spiritual energy erupted from its body. This celestial spiritual energy was so dense that it compressed all the spiritual energy on Planet Thousand Illusion, creating a series of popping sounds. This sound didn't just come from this place. It came from the entire planet. The celestial guard puppet flashed and arrived next to Wang Lin. The Thunder Beast did the same. As Wang Lin looked at the figure walking toward him, he felt like he was hallucinating. It was as if the face of the person that was walking toward him had become clear. Under the celestial aura, it was like a real celestial. This person's body was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and a sense of majesty descended. His gaze made everything in the world look like ants, and faint celestial music echoed around him. The Huan family's ancestor sneered and said, "Junior, aside from sword energy, I want to see what other tricks you have." Lu Mei raised her head and looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. She touched her bag of holding and then put her hand down. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm. He dared to come here by himself, dared to step onto Planet Thousand Illusion, and dared to kill his way into the Huan family's ancestral home. This was the crazy idea he had back then, and it was also his strongest trump card. Thinking about the resentful soul inside the celestial defying bead, Wang Lin's heart ached. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. Nothing in this world can escape karma. What was karma then is karma now. Only by letting this karma return to dust and earth return to earth can a reincarnation cycle be completed. A decisive call echoed in his primordial spirit. This battle is over. I'll set you free. A roar came from Wang Lin's origin soul like crazy. Riding was very tiring. Including today, Air Jin had been bursting out for 3 days in a row. This kind of heavy workload made Air Jin very tired. His train of thought was a bit blocked, and he even felt a bit annoyed. However, he had to write for the monthly votes, because if he didn't do the third update, he wouldn't have any monthly votes. It was very contradictory. Everyone, please cast a few monthly votes. Chapter 686. This roar was filled with devilish energy that filled the world. This devilish energy was so dense that the world was shrouded in devilish flames. This devilish energy immediately clashed with the celestial spiritual energy that came with the figure. Inside the devilish flames, thick, black smoke came out from the top of Wang Lin's head. This smoke condensed above Wang Lin's head and turned into a devilish shadow with a single horn. This thing was completely black, and after it appeared, it let out another roar. Its voice had endless penetrative power. It was like a sharp awl that pierced through the world. Scattered Devil. Wang Lin was going to refine it into his second origin soul. This thing had been refined for over 100 years, but it had only deepened the imprint on Wang Lin's control. It hadn't been truly refined. Also, with the imprint on Wang Lin, its divine sense had fallen asleep and its strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, if it had completely awakened, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to control it. The moment the Scattered Devil appeared, the Huan family's ancestor's face became pale for the first time. He retreated a few steps and stared at the devil. After a long time, he revealed a bitter expression. So this is his ultimate move? Huan Fengshen gasped and rejoiced in his heart that he had made the choice just now. All the direct descendants of the Huan family were the same. The Qian family's Qian Kuizi's heart skipped a beat. This Scattered Devil was too strong. Even with his cultivation, he felt a sense of fear when he saw this Scattered Devil. Too terrifying. What exactly is this devil? He is indeed worthy of being someone from the Thunder Celestial Temple. He has too many spells. Thunder Beast, Puppet, Sword of Law, and this devil. This person must be an extremely important person to the Thunder Celestial Temple. Otherwise, how could he be like this? For the first time, the Su family's old man's expression changed. His divine sense revealed a hint of excitement as he looked at the Scattered Devil. Scattered Devil. A Scattered Devil under an ancient devil. The Scattered Devil let out a roar and let out a laugh. It charged down from above Wang Lin's head and turned into a giant figure. It didn't even look at the celestial figure that stopped moving. Instead, it lowered its head and locked onto Wang Lin. Little cultivator, I will fulfill my promise with you and help you in this battle. But if you don't let me leave after you're done, I'll kill you even if I have to sacrifice my devil soul. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, After this battle, I will set you free. All right. The Scattered Devil laughed, and his body flickered, turning into a thick fog that instantly wrapped around Wang Lin. The devil chi split into 7 streams and entered Wang Lin's 7 orifices. In the blink of an eye, intense devil chi emanated out from Wang Lin. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, causing the devil armor to fly out and circle around him, forming a vicious full-body suit of armor. During this process, a pained expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. However, his gaze became even colder, and there was black smoke flowing within it. This was what Wang Lin relied on to come here by himself. It was also his crazy idea to kill Lu Mei, who was protected by the Huan family's ancestor. It was simply impossible for Wang Lin, not even with the Celestial Guard puppet. The Huan family had been passed down for countless years, so there must be something special about it. Wang Lin naturally knew this. That's why he gave up on the Scattered Devil that he couldn't refine. Instead, he awakened the Scattered Devil and used his freedom as the price to let the Scattered Devil fight. Although the Scattered Devil was strong, The imprint in its body was created by Wang Lin with the help of ancient demon Bei Lu. This imprint was not simple. It contained Bei Lu's spell and was deeply imprinted in the scattered devil's soul. Even with the scattered devil's strength, it couldn't break this imprint in a short period of time. Normally, although it was controlled by Wang Lin, it couldn't use much of its strength. However, right now it was different. Under Wang Lin's call, it completely awakened. With the scattered devil's devilish nature, it normally wouldn't communicate with Wang Lin. However, the imprint in its body was too strong. So even though it couldn't be controlled after awakening, it couldn't completely leave Wang Lin's origin soul. Even if it did leave, it still had its origin inside Wang Lin's origin soul. This was why it reached an agreement with Wang Lin for its freedom. It wasn't that it didn't want to occupy Wang Lin's body after awakening, but with the imprint there, it was useless. Right now, Wang Lin was giving it a chance. As long as it agreed to this battle, it would be free. However, the imprint was because of ancient demon Bei Lu. Unless Wang Lin's cultivation reached a certain level, it would be impossible to break it. However, the scattered devil had other thoughts. As long as Wang Lin gave it freedom, it was confident it could remove ancient demon Bei Lu's spell in a few hundred years. At that time, it would truly be free. The scattered devil fused with Wang Lin's head. A demonic flame ignited in Wang Lin's eyes as he charged at the celestial figure. He didn't use any spells, he simply punched. Wang Lin's current state was in a state of separation. His body was being controlled by the scattered devil, and all the celestial spiritual energy in his body turned into demonic energy. The scattered devil's soul also entered his body, turning it into demonic energy. This punch contained the scattered devil's power and the power of the devil armor. It formed a black light that looked like a black dragon that charged at the celestial figure. The celestial figure's right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Immediately, the surrounding celestial spiritual energy gathered, forming a vortex that sucked in the black dragon. In an instant, both the dragon and the celestial figure disappeared. The celestial figure withdrew its finger and opened its arms, forming a seal. At this moment, the entire Planet 1000 illusion trembled. Endless spiritual energy gathered from all over Planet 1000 illusion. In a strange state, spiritual energy suddenly turned into celestial spiritual energy. This celestial spiritual energy was so dense that it seemed to turn corporeal. It rapidly shrank in the celestial figure's right hand. In the blink of an eye, all of the spiritual energy on Planet 1000 illusion was cut off. At this moment, Planet 1000 illusion no longer had any spiritual energy. All of the spiritual energy was turned into celestial spiritual energy and turned into a milky white ball of mist in the celestial figure's palm. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed when he saw this technique. However, the scattered devil controlling his body sneered. A trifling celestial transformation technique, just a branch of the ancient demon clan. You dare to use it in front of me? Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but the demonic smoke became even thicker. Under the control of the scattered devil, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Ancient demon." These two words were spoken in the language of the ancient clan. At this moment, Wang Lin's right hand turned into a claw that was covered in demonic flames. It turned into a giant claw that was dozens of feet wide. Wang Lin grabbed at the void below him and said in the language of the ancient clan, "Planet soul extraction." At this moment, the 1000 illusions planet suddenly trembled. An ancient aura slowly rose from the ground. The scattered devil's grasp had actually forcefully extracted the 1000 illusions planet's star soul. You use all of the planet's spiritual energy, and I use the planet's soul. Let's see who is stronger. The scattered devil laughed and released a shocking demonic flame. His body was being controlled by the scattered devil, but Wang Lin was directly in contact with it. His comprehension was very deep. The ancient demon's extraction of the planet's soul gave him a bit of enlightenment. This chapter was missing 1,000 words. He really couldn't write anymore. 3 days in a row really made him want to vomit blood. Let me rest for a bit before I release it. I feel like my head is going to explode. He had been writing since 8 in the morning. He had smoked 2 packs of cigarettes and hadn't moved more than 20 steps. Chapter 687. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had seen a soul extraction spell. Back in the demon spirit land, he personally saw the greedy wolf take out a celestial mountain and extract the mountain's soul. The scene back then had shocked him greatly. This kind of divine ability was quite powerful. It was obviously not something an ordinary cultivator could understand or grasp. At this moment, he personally felt his body being controlled by the scattered demon. He formed a demonic claw to pull out the soul of Planet Thousand Illusions. The momentum was tens of thousands of times stronger than what greed did in the past. Everything in this world, every blade of grass and every tree had life. As long as it had life, it would have a soul. This kind of soul was illusory and couldn't be seen, but it could be felt. It was like when a mortal stood at the foot of a mountain and looked up, they would feel a sense of shock and pressure. What was suppressing them was the mountain's soul. However, they could only see the mountain, but the soul could feel it, so they felt a sense of pressure. Even a mountain and a river had a soul, not to mention a planet filled with spiritual energy. It was different from when spiritual energy was converted. When the star souls were extracted, the Thousand Illusion planet didn't tremble in the slightest. However, a dense ancient aura seemed to have awakened and spread out from the Thousand Illusion planet. This ancient aura wasn't formed in 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years. It was an aura without joy or sorrow that was formed over countless years. There was only a sense of inclusiveness within this aura. It was something that had been condensed over countless years to include everything in the world. The scattered devil controlled Wang Lin's body, and his right hand reached down. The aura quickly gathered in his palm and turned into a gray mist. As the ancient aura entered the gray mist, it compressed violently. Popping sounds came from inside the gray mist, as if thunder was rumbling inside. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at this moment, Wang Lin felt like Planet Thousand Illusion had lost its vitality. The grass on the earth withered, the rivers disappeared, and the mountains cracked. The scattered devil laughed as his right hand reached out toward the celestial. He moved like lightning and closed in with the planet soul. At this moment, Wang Lin had a feeling that he had fused with the planet soul. This attack wasn't just his own power, but the power of the entire planet. The celestial shadow also took a step forward. The celestial spiritual energy in his palm turned into celestial spiritual energy and shot toward the scattered devil. The two unbelievable mystical abilities came closer and collided with one another in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Intense rumbling echoed throughout the world. 30 to 40% of the spirit veins on Planet Thousand Illusions withered in an instant. The ground trembled, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The powerful impact caused the surrounding Huan family members to retreat. They quickly activated their spiritual and celestial spiritual energy. It was as if they didn't do this, their bodies would immediately collapse. At this moment, the celestial shadow suddenly collapsed into strands of smoke and dissipated. At the moment it completely dissipated, a piece of jade condensed. The moment the jade appeared, crackling sounds came from it. Before the eyes of all the Huan family members, the jade shattered into dust and dissipated. However, the moment it shattered, a ray of white light came from the shattered jade and formed a light screen that shrouded everything within 5 kilometers. The Huan family's ancestor's face was pale. The Huan family's ancestor said that if the jade shattered, there would be a defensive spell inside. However, the power of this spell was very weak. The value of its existence was to give the Huan family members in danger a moment of respite. They could either surrender, commit suicide, or leave some things for the future. The scattered devil's right hand trembled and the planet's soul disappeared. The ancient aura fused with the earth and gradually disappeared. The person who benefited the most from this battle was Wang Lin. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to experience a battle with spells of this level. This was completely beyond his level. Whether it was the celestial shadow or the scattered devil, both had the power of second-step cultivator. For Wang Lin, this battle seemed to have opened a tightly closed door for him. At this moment, a gap was opened in this door. This allowed him to see another level and personally feel the power of another level. This is the power of a second-step cultivator. Compared to this, although the greedy wolf, the Huan family's ancestor, and Xian Kuizi have all entered the second step, it is clear that they have only just begun to explore. The second step of cultivation is too terrifying. Wang Lin was shaken. During this battle, the scattered devil controlling his body had brought him unimaginable benefits. From beginning to end, the scattered devil had only used one spell, but this spell had been activated through Wang Lin's body. Everything that seemed hidden to others was very clear to Wang Lin, including the celestial spiritual energy in his body and the aura that commanded the heavens when he extracted the soul. All of this opened a huge gap for Wang Lin to enter the second step. Wang Lin had never wanted to enter the second step as much as he did now. Compared to this spell, even my celestial guard puppet can't withstand a single blow. The second step cultivator is really strong. Every battle can cause a cultivation planet to completely collapse. This is almost at the level of what I saw when I received the inheritance from the ancient god. Not only him, but even the Huan family members all gained enlightenment after seeing this battle. It was as if a whole new world had been opened to them. However, compared to Wang Lin, what they gained was really insignificant. This kind of opportunity was simply too rare. How many second-step cultivators that were as powerful as Ling Tianhou would descend on someone else's body to fight someone at the same level as them? If they really wanted to fight, they would come in person, which was very rare. The scattered devil controlled Wang Lin's body and looked down at the celestial spiritual energy screen. He let out a snort as his right hand formed a fist and mercilessly threw a punch. This casual punch contained the power of thunder and dense devilish energy as it landed on the light screen. Rumble. Cracks appeared on the light screen, but it didn't collapse. Below the light screen, the Huan family's ancestor's face was pale. Huan Fengshen said in a serious tone, "Ancestor, hand over Lu Mei." He let out a sigh in his heart. Although Lu Mei was only an ascendant cultivator, her treasures and spells were unimaginably powerful. Now that this devil had appeared, even if the ancestor's cultivation hadn't dropped, he still wouldn't be a match. The Huan family's ancestor looked to Huan Fengshen, who had split up with him. Then he withdrew his gaze and gloomily looked at Lu Mei. The Huan family's ancestor hesitated a bit and slowly said, "Lu Mei." However, before he finished speaking, Lu Mei raised her head and looked at the ancestor with her beautiful eyes. She played with her scattered hair and softly said, "Teacher, if Lu Mei walks out, she will without a doubt die." Boom! The celestial spiritual energy light screen withstood another attack from the scattered devil. Even more cracks appeared, and it was about to completely collapse. The scattered devil's arrogant laughter had already entered. The Huan family's ancestor's expression was gloomy. He wasn't willing to hand over Lu Mei like this. However, if he didn't hand her over now, then once the scattered devil descended, he wouldn't be able to resist it with his own strength. The Qian family wasn't helping, and the Su family had clearly agreed, but they still hadn't appeared. It was clear that something had happened. Right now, he could only rely on himself. His eyes became cold as he stared at Lu Mei and clenched his teeth. "Lu Mei, if you go out, you'll also die. Why don't you give your domain to the old man and complete the old man's faceless heavenly devil Dao? Then perhaps the old man will have a chance." The reason he took Lu Mei as a disciple was because she had revealed a sliver of the 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Dao. The celestial ancestor of the Huan family had left behind 2 domain spells. They were the heavenly devil Dao and the faceless Dao. However, the heavenly devil Dao was too difficult to cultivate. Even now, no one in the Huan family had truly mastered it. These 2 spells were actually separated from the same domain, and that domain was the faceless heavenly devil Tao. The faceless heavenly devil Tao was created by the Huan family's ancestor before the collapse of the celestial realm. He fought with a heavenly devil during his meditation and finally combined it with his own comprehension. However, celestials didn't cultivate domains, so he left this comprehension behind and gave it to his descendants. After the Huan family lost their protection after the collapse of the celestial realm, they relied on the faceless heavenly devil, Tao, to stabilize themselves. However, even now, their fame was no longer there. It was because of Lu Mei's 10,000 illusion heavenly devil Tao that Huan Wuqing wanted to take her as a disciple. In order to make it easier for him to devour her in the future, he didn't hesitate to lower his cultivation to exchange blood for her. Although Lu Mei's cultivation wouldn't stop, it would only reach the yin and yang stage. This way, he could firmly control her and wouldn't cause any trouble for him to devour her in the future. He had already calculated everything. Once Lu Mei's cultivation reached the yin and yang stage, her domain would break through and become the true heavenly devil Tao. Then he could devour her and cultivate the Huan family's true domain, the faceless heavenly devil Tao. However, all of this was completely interrupted by the sudden appearance of Wang Lin. Rather than handing over Lu Mei, he might as well devour her now. This way, he would at least gain a sliver of the faceless heavenly devil Tao. In the future, he would just have to diligently comprehend it, and perhaps one day he would be able to reach his own grand Tao. With this thought in mind, Huan Wuqing's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at Lu Mei. Lu Mei's eyes were calm. With her intelligence, she had already seen through some clues back in the Alliance star system. She knew that aside from family members, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If that was the case, then there must be a purpose behind it. However, Huan Wuqing's strength was not something she could resist. She could only pretend that she didn't know anything as she was brought to the Luo Tian star system and accepted the blood-changing art. When Huan Wuqing damaged his own cultivation to help her reach the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, she was certain that Huan Wuqing had a deep purpose. However, she was powerless to resist. With her understanding of Rose Finch's disciple, how could she not know the dangers of increasing her cultivation like this? Lu Mei softly said, "You have to promise me two things." Chapter 688. Huan Wuqing raised his head to look at the celestial spiritual light screen and quickly said, "Speak." If Lu Mei's 10,000 illusion heavenly devil domain was complete and stabilized, Huan Wuqing could directly devour it and fuse with it. However, right now, she hadn't reached completion. If she wasn't willing, then it would be very easy for her demon domain to fail. Lu Mei softly said, "The first thing is to help me kill Wang Lin." She looked at Wang Lin through the light screen, and there was a flash of complicated hatred in her eyes. Even now, her hatred for Wang Lin occupied her heart and mind. This kind of hatred even made her feel like it was illusory. However, deep in her heart, she still couldn't get rid of the youth she saw hundreds of years ago in the Hengyu sect. She also couldn't get rid of the tenderness Wang Lin felt toward Lim Yuan. Similarly, the matter with Rose Finch's tomb ignited her hatred. After she left Suzaku and found out that she was pregnant, her hatred became even stronger. However, the 1,000 illusion merciless Tao that she cultivated caused her to be unable to distinguish which was her true self most of the time. Ruthless and affectionate. In the end, they both carried the word affection. The difference was only 2 words, but the distance was like heaven and earth. It was a very complicated mood, and even she couldn't tell what was real. This was why her gaze was very complicated most of the time, especially when she looked at the child. The Huan family's ancestor didn't hesitate to decisively say, "Okay, old man, I'll do my best to help you achieve your wish. The second thing, if you can't kill Wang Lin, then give this bag of holding to him." Lu Mei took out a bag of holding. She looked at the bag of holding with a gentle gaze. The Huan family's ancestor frowned, but he also nodded. The scattered devil controlled Wang Lin's body and punched the celestial screen again and again, causing ripples to appear and more cracks to appear. The scattered devil laughed even louder and shouted, "Break!" With one word, the sound of a mirror falling to the ground was magnified countless times and echoed across the world. The last spell left behind by the Huan family's celestial to protect their descendants shattered. The scattered devil walked over, and monstrous devilish energy spread out from his body like crazy. Inside the devilish energy, Wang Lin immediately saw Lu Mei sitting on the ground. Behind her was the Huan family's ancestor with his eyes closed and his right hand pressed against Lu Mei's forehead. The ancestor's body gave off a strange aura. The scattered devil was startled. Just at this moment, the Huan family's ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. There was a ray of gray light in his eyes. Then his body flickered and he flew into the air. It was as if his body had turned into smoke and gave off an ethereal feeling. The scattered devil looked at Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Little baby, your spell is pretty good. It actually has the transformation of my ancient demon clan." Wang Lin's gaze didn't fall on the Huan family's ancestor, but on Lu Mei. Her eyes were closed, and her aura was completely gone. It was impossible to tell what she was feeling, but Wang Lin's divine sense still hadn't been withdrawn. The Huan family's ancestor's body was like smoke as he floated in the air. The gray light in his eyes was very dense as he let out a deep breath. He calmly looked at Wang Lin, who was being controlled by the scattered devil, and slowly said, "The old man only has one spell. Do you dare to take it?" The scattered devil laughed and said, "Show me." The Huan family's ancestor closed his eyes. He had absorbed Lu Mei's domain and withdrew the celestial spiritual energy in his body. Although his cultivation hadn't completely recovered, it wasn't far off. However, he wasn't confident facing the devil that had fused with Wang Lin. Even if he tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to escape the devil spell. This was why he placed all his hopes on the sliver of faceless sky devil Dao in his body. After devouring Lu Mei's domain and fusing it with his own 10,000 illusion formless sky devil Dao, he finally produced a sliver of faceless sky devil Dao. However, this sliver of aura was too little. A strange aura came out from the Huan family's ancestor's body as he closed his eyes. The Huan family's ancestor's face gradually revealed a painful expression and his body rapidly withered. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a skeleton. Shortly after, all his bones melted and dissipated. In the end, the Huan family's ancestor's entire body dissipated. Only his bag of holding remained. Due to the ancestor's will, it didn't dissipate and floated to the ground. A cloud of thick gray smoke filled the air the moment his body dissipated. Inside the gray gas was the Huan family's ancestor's origin soul. The gray gas churned and fused with the Huan family's ancestor's origin soul. This caused the Huan family's ancestor's origin soul to gradually become transparent until it was about to dissipate. However, just at this moment, a powerful sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's heart. However, the scattered devil's eyes were filled with interest, and he said, "This spell is interesting, very interesting." The faceless sky devil Dao was the true embodiment of a faceless sky devil. All creatures in the world could become devils, so the faceless sky devil Dao gathered the devilish intent of all creatures and fused it with the 10,000 illusion sky devil Dao to become a carefree, faceless sky devil. The Huan family's ancestor's body dissipated and his origin soul turned into nothingness. In an instant, countless illusions appeared in all directions. Waves of terrifying auras came from these illusions. Each aura was no weaker than a yin and yang cultivator, and some were even stronger. This spell of the faceless sky devil Dao was extremely shocking. It hadn't been fully displayed yet. It was only the beginning. However, just at this moment, a black fog came out from the top of Wang Lin's head. The scattered devil charged out from Wang Lin's body and let out a laugh of ecstasy. At the same time, its body flickered and it unexpectedly opened its mouth. With one swallow, A majority of the illusions that had just appeared were swallowed by the scattered devil. What a great tonic. Little baby, you really suit this devil's taste. You know how to use these things to show your filial piety to this devil. If it wasn't for the fact that we agreed, this devil really wouldn't want to kill you. The scattered devil laughed like crazy and swallowed another big mouthful. Without the scattered devil, Wang Lin regained control of his body. His body flashed, and he arrived on the ground. With one step, he stood before Lu Mei. Lu Mei's eyes were already closed, and there was no longer any vitality in her body. Her cultivation had reached the ascendant stage, and her domain had fused with her origin soul. When her domain was swallowed, it naturally meant that her origin soul was swallowed. On the other side, as the scattered devil swallowed, all of the illusions dissipated. In the end, the Huan family's ancestor appeared in the air with a bitter expression. His faceless sky devil only had a sliver of its power. If Lu Mei's domain reached completion, he would be able to truly become a faceless sky devil. He wouldn't have ended up as a tonic for the scattered devil. After letting out a sigh, the Huan family's ancestor moved and prepared to escape. As the scattered devil laughed, devilish energy filled the area. The Huan family's ancestor was also surrounded by the devilish energy and disappeared after being swallowed by the scattered devil. Little baby Wang Lin, this devil has fulfilled his promise. The scattered devil suddenly turned its head and gloomily looked at Wang Lin. Then it stepped into the void and disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were completely silent. The Huan family members were all silent. Everything that had happened today had shocked them, but at the same time, they felt a deep sense of awe toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly looked at Lu Mei, who had her eyes closed. For a long time, he didn't speak. Huan Fengshan hesitated a bit before taking a step forward and softly saying, "Fellow cultivator," before Lu Mei left, she made an agreement with Huan Wuqing. If Huan Wuqing couldn't kill you, he would give you a bag of holding. Wang Lin raised his head, and his gaze fell on the bag of holding that fell when Huan Wuqing's body dissipated. He waved his right hand, and the bag of holding flew into his hand. Inside was a pill, a piece of jade, and nothing else. Holding the jade, Wang Lin's divine sense entered it. This pill is the antidote to the child's resentment. Combined with a lightning-type cultivator, it can resolve most of the resentment. Teacher told me to leave my figure in your Tao heart. Back then, I couldn't do it. Now I have done it. A gentle breeze blew by and landed on the ground. It swept away some of the dust and landed on Lu Mei's body. A diamond-shaped fragment was lifted from Lu Mei's forehead and floated away with the wind. At the same time, even more fragments appeared from Lu Mei's body and floated away. In the end, her entire body turned into pieces. They were like butterflies that were blown by the wind and floated into the air. It was as if Lu Mei's figure had appeared in the air. She looked down at the earth and walked away with a smile. She walked farther and farther until she reached the end of the horizon. Wang Lin raised his head and silently looked at the sky. Above the cycle of life and death is karma. The cause of the past is the effect of the present. Dust to dust, earth to earth. All of this is just a fragment of memory, a dream that hasn't awakened yet. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he turned around and left. Is she really dead? As Wang Lin left, he didn't continue to pursue this question. Whether Lu Mei was really dead or not, it was meaningless to him. The dust had returned to the earth, and the earth had returned to the earth. Wang Lin's figure gradually disappeared in the eyes of the Huan family members until he disappeared over the horizon without a trace. What was left behind were the lingering memories of the several generations of the Huan family. Wang Lin didn't wipe out the Huan family. He was very tired, very tired. What was tired was not his body, but his heart. After more than 800 years of cultivation, he had experienced too much. On planet Ranyun, in the Fallen Moon village, a family appeared. This family was very strange. There were only two of them. One looked young, but he gave off an ancient aura, and the other was a baby. In the Luo Tian star system, the greedy wolf had a gloomy expression as he wandered around. There were simply too many imprints on his body. Every time he thought about them, his scalp would tingle and his heart would turn cold. Damn Wong Lin. If I can't find him, any one of the imprints on the old man will activate and he will die without a burial. Chapter 689. The sky was blue, like a piece of silk spread out. There were a few white clouds decorating the sky, making it look even brighter. At the foot of the Chilean peak, there was a small meandering river that extended for several miles before merging into the big river. In the middle of this small river, there was a mountain village. The mountains here were green, and the water was clear. It was like a garden. Back then, the water in this river was very sweet. Sometimes, there would be clouds above Mount Chilean. If someone could take a breath of the fog, it was said that it could strengthen their body and prevent them from getting sick for 10 years. A young man's voice came from the mountain village. The young man was about 14 or 15 years old. He had a strong face and a strong brain. At this moment, he was talking to 7 or 8 children about what happened 5 years ago. Look at me. When have I ever gotten sick? It was because my dad took me to take a breath of the fog. That feeling was so good. The young man was very proud of himself. He gestured with his hands and spoke in a very lively manner. The 7 or 8 children beside him all opened their eyes wide with excitement. They were obviously attracted by the young man's story and wanted to take a breath of the fog as well. Wang Ping, you're the one who should have inhaled the mist the most. It's a shame that after God got angry 5 years ago, the mist disappeared. Otherwise, I could have asked your dad to take you there. I promise you won't get sick for 10 years. The young man's gaze fell on a boy among the children. The boy was about 5 or 6 years old. His face was pale and his body was weak. He was much shorter than the other children. He was very handsome. If it wasn't for his sickly appearance, he would look like a cute porcelain doll. He was wearing a small robe made of linen cloth. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. He said, "Brother Zhou, I'll tell my dad when I get back and ask him to take me there." The young man laughed and said, "Uncle Wang's carpentry skills are not bad, but the fog on Mount Chilean is gone. How can I take you there? If you ask me, why don't you guys learn from me? We'll practice sword techniques every day to strengthen our bodies. When we grow up, we'll walk the world with swords." The young man's lofty aspirations made the surrounding children even more excited. Just as the youth was getting excited, smoke curled up from the chimneys of the mountain village, and cries could be heard coming from the various families. The young man looked up and sighed. "All right, today's martial arts circle convention will end first. We'll start again after we finish eating." With a trace of reluctance, the children dispersed. The child called Wang Ping walked back into the village. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he would occasionally look back at Qi Lianfeng. As he walked, a burly man came from the entrance of the village. This man was quite tall and sturdy. In his hand was a steel fork and arrows used by hunters, and on his shoulder was a deer. When the burly man saw the child, he smiled and said, "Little boy from the Wang family, did you go to the martial arts circle convention with that kid from my family again?" The child nodded shyly and said, "Hello, Uncle Zhou." The big man's smile became even wider. He rubbed the child's head and said with a smile, "You are indeed the child of a skilled family. Not only are you handsome, but you also know etiquette better than my stinky brat. You're going home, right? Come, Uncle Zhou will go with you to find your father to discuss something." The child quickly nodded and led the burly man back home. Not long after, they arrived at a simple house on the north side of the village. The child quickly ran inside and shouted, "Dad, Uncle Zhou is here." A youth walked out of the house. This person looked ordinary and did not seem to have anything special about him. He was far from the handsomeness of the child. Most of the time, when he stood next to the child, most people would think that they were not father and son. The youth wore coarse clothes, and his hands were full of calluses. When he came out of the house, he smiled and said, "Big brother Zhou, today's harvest was pretty good." The child ran into the house and took out a steamed bun. He came to the youth's side and moved a small wooden stool. He sat on the side and began to eat. The big man named Zhou placed the deer on his shoulder on the ground and laughed. "Brother Wang, we encountered this deer as soon as we came up the mountain. Our harvest was pretty good." The youth smiled. His smile was very gentle. He rubbed the head of the child beside him and said, With big brother Zhou's martial arts, it is not difficult to take a deer. The burly man from the Zhou clan smiled and said, Brother Wang, my son isn't young anymore. In another 2 years, I'm going to marry him a wife. This house is going to be built soon, but it's lacking a set of decorations. I'll have to trouble Brother Wang for that. Wang Lin smiled and said, No problem, big brother Zhou can rest assured. The big man smiled and said, All right, this deer will be the deposit. With that, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. As soon as he left, the child on the stool immediately jumped up. He quickly walked to the side of the deer and looked around it. Dad, this Uncle Zhou is really amazing. Such a deer was actually hunted by him. The youth's eyes were gentle. He smiled and said, Don't look at it for now. Ping Er, it is time for you to take your medicine. The child sighed and looked at the youth. Dad, the medicine is very bitter. The young man took out a bowl from the room. There was a white liquid inside, but there was no aura coming from it. The child took it, frowned, and drank it mouthful by mouthful. After drinking it, his little face was scrunched up. He hurriedly ran to the water jar and drank a few mouthfuls to get rid of the bitterness in his mouth. Dad, when can Ping Er stop drinking medicine? The child turned around and looked at his father. The father and son were Wang Lin and Wang Ping. Wang Lin's eyes were gentle. He whispered soon. Late at night, the moonlight fell on the earth like a silver veil. The coolness of the moonlight spread, causing the mountain village under the Chilean mountain to be quiet. Other than a few soft barks, there was no other sound. Inside the room, Wang Ping had already fallen asleep. Although his little face was pale, he was sleeping very soundly. There was a smile on his face. It was obvious that he had a good dream. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the side. Between his eyebrows, there was a flash of lightning. He slowly raised his right hand, and the lightning moved from between his eyebrows to the tip of his right hand. Gently, Wang Lin's right hand pressed between the eyebrows of the sleeping Wang Ping. The lightning moved through Wang Ping's entire body. Black gas appeared from the child's body and condensed on the surface of his skin. The black gas gradually became even more dense as it churned within the lightning. Finally, it charged out of Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand and reached out. All of the black gas was caught by his right hand and condensed into a ball of black fog. His right hand formed a fist, and the fog ball was crushed. The sleeping Wang Ping's face was slightly rosy. Looking at the child, Wang Lin sighed. He got up and covered the child with the blanket that was kicked away. Then he walked out of the room. In the courtyard, the moonlight fell on Wang Lin's body, making his figure look a bit lonely. Wang Lin softly muttered, 5 years. 5 years ago, Wang Lin returned to planet Ranyun and came to live in the Fallen Moon Village. The reason he chose this place was because it was very similar to his hometown. Wang Ping was the resentful soul. After taking the pill left by Lu Mei and being nurtured by Wang Lin's lightning spell, the resentment in his body had dissipated a lot. He was now like a normal child. However, if he didn't take the medicine and nurture the resentment every day, he would still be the same as before. This required a process to completely remove it. Wang Ping's memory had been erased by Wang Lin, and he had been given a new life. In this peaceful village, Wang Lin's heart also calmed down. He was far away from killing and disputes. There was only a calm life. This kind of life was very stable for Wang Lin. He was like his father in the past, using carpentry to survive. It was like his father's wish. If he didn't pass the imperial exams, he would become a carpenter and continue living his father's life. There were all kinds of carpentry tools in the courtyard. This was a reflection of his 5 years of living here. Every time he saw Wang Ping go out to play with the children, Wang Lin would think of himself. When he was the same age, he would never come back until it was time to eat. Under the moonlight, footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. A staggering figure slowly approached. "Child, are you asleep?" An aged voice could be heard. Following that, a slightly hunchbacked figure entered the courtyard. Wang Lin nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. The old figure entered the courtyard, and the moonlight fell on his body. This person was Sun Tai. Sun Tai looked even older. His face was full of wrinkles. 3 years after Wang Lin settled here, Sun Tai came. He was like a lonely old man who didn't want to leave on his own before his death. Sun Tai looked at the house under the moonlight. His eyes were filled with kindness. He didn't know why, but he was extremely fond of this child named Wang Ping. How long do you plan to accompany this child? Sun Tai withdrew his gaze and asked slowly. The deathly aura on his body had become even stronger. Wang Lin was silent. After a long time, he looked at the bright moon in the sky and softly said, "Reincarnation, reincarnation." Sun Tai sighed and said, "You don't plan on letting him cultivate? With your cultivation, you can make the path of cultivation much easier for this child. He might even have an advantage over the eldest sons of some cultivation families." "I won't let him cultivate. Not in this lifetime." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness as he softly said, "This child's talent is very good." Sun Tai said after a moment of silence, "I won't let him cultivate." Wang Lin's gaze fell on Sun Tai as he calmly said, "Never. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation." What was left in the end? Wang Lin asked himself if his life was happy or lonely. He wouldn't let his child experience this path. He understood the cruelty of the cultivation world too well. It was filled with killing and danger. Ping has experienced many things that shouldn't have happened. I named him Wang Ping because I hope that he will live a peaceful life like a mortal. He will marry a wife and have children. He will live his life in peace. From now on, don't mention the matter of cultivation again. Wang Lin's voice was filled with determination. It couldn't be changed, and it wouldn't be changed. Chapter 690. Time flew by like a shuttle. Spring passed, and winter came. Another 5 years passed. This year, winter came especially early. Before it was winter, a heavy snowfall fell on the ground. Some of the dried leaves on the tree branches were frozen. When the wind blew, the dried leaves and snow fell to the ground. It was like a person's lifespan. No matter how unwilling one was to leave, when the wind blew, they had no choice but to go with the wind. In these 5 years, 3 old people died in the village and 3 new lives were born. It was like the cycle of reincarnation unknowingly began to turn. Sun Tai became even older. His house was right next to Wang Lin's house. This house wasn't big, but it was shrouded in twilight. He was like a mortal who knew his destiny. He didn't like to stay in his room all day, so he would sit in the yard and look at the sky, using the glory in his memory to accompany himself. Wang Ping was 10 years old, but compared to other children of the same age in the village, Wang Ping looked like he was 7 or 8. He was very thin, but his little face was no longer as pale as it was 5 years ago. Instead, there was some color in it. Wang Ping, who was 10 years old, was extremely handsome. The villagers all liked this well-behaved and beautiful child. Among his playmates, many little girls had a good impression of the boy from the carpenter's family. The heavy snowfall in the morning made it very cold. Sun Tai sat peacefully in the yard. He wore a thick coat and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Beside him, Wang Ping was also wearing a thick coat. He looked at the sky in a daze. "Ping, why are you not with your father? Why are you here with me?" Sun Tai's eyes were filled with kindness. He lowered his head and looked at Wang Ping. He liked this child from the bottom of his heart. If Wang Lin had not said that he would not let this child cultivate, he really wanted to teach him everything he knew. Wang Ping pouted and said unhappily, "I'm not going back. Annie Zhang is here again." Sun Tai smiled faintly and shook his head. "Child, don't worry. Your father will not agree." "Not necessarily. Grandpa's son, look, in these 3 years, Annie Zhang has come a few times. I've counted a total of 12 times. 12 times. Most of the sisters and aunties in the village like my dad." Ping Wang frowned and counted with his fingers. Sun Tai laughed involuntarily. He looked outside the courtyard and smiled. "Don't worry about your father's matter. Look, the second daughter of the Zhou clan seems to be looking for you." Wang Ping was startled. He raised his head and looked out of the courtyard. On the snowy ground, he saw a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. Her face was red as she approached. "Brother Wang, are you there?" A girl's crisp voice came from outside the courtyard. Wang Ping frowned and shouted, "I'm not here, you should leave." With that, he walked out of the courtyard. He didn't even look at the girl who had tears in her eyes as he ran back to his house. Sun Tai could not help but smile when he saw this. The kindness in his eyes intensified. At this moment, Wang Lin was different from Sun Tai. He was frowning as he looked at the young married woman in front of him, who was talking non-stop with a bitter smile on his face. In these 5 years, Wang Lin had aged slightly, just like when he turned into a mortal. In order not to shock the world, his appearance was no longer young, but middle-aged. Perhaps it was because of the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Although he was middle-aged, there was a strange aura that lingered. Brother Wang, look at Ping Er. He is already 10 years old. This child has a hard life without a mother by his side. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to think about the child. The daughter of the Zhao clan at the entrance of the village is a virgin. She is willing to follow you and even promised to treat the child like her own. What are you dissatisfied with? The young married woman looked at Wang Lin and tried to persuade him. The bitter smile on Wang Lin's face deepened as he said helplessly, "This matter, let's just forget about it." Brother Wang, why do you have to do this? I know you are infatuated with Ping Er's mother, so you haven't remarried, but you still have to live like this. You have been here for 10 years, right? When you first came, you had a baby. At that time, I wasn't married yet, but look at me now, my baby is already 8 years old. The young married woman did not give up and continued. At this moment, Wang Ping fiercely pushed the door open and walked in. He glared at the young married woman and sat to the side without saying a word. Seeing that the young married woman was about to say something, Wang Ping loudly said, "Father, I'm hungry." Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's just forget about this matter." The young married woman sighed and shook her head. "Forget it. If you don't want to, I can't force you. However, Brother Wang, if there is anyone you like, remember to tell me." With that, she glanced at Wang Ping and reached out her hand to rub his head. Wang Ping lightly snorted and moved back to dodge. The young married woman said with a smile, "This child's temper is not small. Learn from your father. Your father's temper is one of the best in our village. Otherwise, why would there be so many girls wanting to marry him?" With that, she turned around and left. After the young married woman left, Wang Ping mumbled, "Father," without waiting for him to finish. Wang Lin smiled and said, "Children shouldn't think too much. Your Auntie Zhang has good intentions. Come and take your medicine." Wang Ping opened his eyes wide and looked at his father. He pouted and said, "But she wants to find a stepmother for Ping." In the village, Huzi's father found a stepmother for Huzi. In the end, Huzi doesn't have enough to eat every day and is always scolded. Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed Wang Ping's head and smiled. "Okay, I promise you that I won't find a stepmother for you. Now, take your medicine." Wang Ping happily took the bowl and drank the medicine in one gulp. This time, he didn't feel bitter. Instead, he felt a little sweet. This sweetness came from his heart, from his attachment to his father. "Father, with Ping Er accompanying you, you won't be lonely. When Ping Er grows up, he will serve you until you are old." Wang Ping put down the bowl and looked at Wang Lin seriously. Wang Lin smiled. He patted Wang Ping's head and walked out of the room. He picked up a broom and began clearing the snow in the yard. After he finished clearing the snow, he took out his tools and began to work as a carpenter. Wang Ping looked at his father from the window and was silent for a moment. His memory was very good, far better than other children of his age. He clearly remembered that when he was 4 years old, he unintentionally asked his father where his mother was. At that time, his father's expression was very strange. He didn't understand the meaning of that expression, but now that he was older, he understood. That expression was depression. He was a sensible child. From then on, he never asked anything about his mother. After winter, heavy snow fell one after another. With the arrival of the cold winter, even the activities of the people in the village became less frequent. The winter months passed, and in the blink of an eye, the spring wind blew, sweeping away the coldness of the winter. The village's private school opened in the spring, and the children of the village learned how to read and write. Just like that, the days passed peacefully. Just like Shimizu, there were no ripples. Amidst the calmness, there was a warmth that washed away Wang Lin's weary heart. As Wang Ping grew up, Wang Lin no longer pursued enlightenment of the Tao of Heaven. Instead, he looked at Wang Ping with the attitude of a father. During the 10 years, other than helping Wang Ping dispel his resentment every night, he didn't use any mystiques. It was as if he had forgotten everything. However, in the midst of his forgetfulness, an enlightenment regarding the cycle of life and death silently took shape in Wang Lin's heart. As Wang Ping grew up, it became more and more profound. Wang Lin's understanding of the cycle of life and death was profound, but he didn't feel much about the aura of life. As the days passed, his Tao heart began to ease its weariness, and at the same time, it began to move toward perfection. Perfecting life and death was the cycle of karma. Wang Lin's Tao will rose to a higher level. If a powerful cultivator were to see this transition, they would be shocked. This was not a simple transformation, but rather a transformation of the intent. A domain was a unique ability that cultivators comprehended after the celestial realm shattered. It could even be said that the Tao of a cultivator was formed by their intent. The root of it all had a deep connection to their intent. Therefore, a domain was almost fixed for every cultivator, and it was rare for one's intent to rise to a higher level. The reason the Huan family's ancestor took a fancy to Lu Mei was because her intent showed signs of ascending. This was why the Huan family's ancestor didn't hesitate to give up looking for the heaven-defying bead in the Cultivation Alliance and immediately take Lu Mei back to the Huan family. Aside from wanting to devour Lu Mei, the most important reason was that he was afraid someone like her would be taken away. Wang Lin was currently walking on this path. However, because his life and death domain didn't have enough understanding of life and death, even though his intent showed signs of ascending to a higher level, it didn't change completely. As a result, this transition was a very crucial point in Wang Lin's cultivation. It would even determine his future achievements. Wang Lin didn't really understand all of this, but if he could choose, he wouldn't pay this kind of price for an opportunity that every cultivator longed for. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 6 years passed. This autumn, Sun Tai's great limit seemed to have been brought forward, arriving very early. When he laid down in his own room, only Wang Lin and his father sent him off. The current him was like the heavy snow that came early 6 years ago. What was blown away were the leaves that were unwilling to fall, and what was taken away was a trace of a foreign soul. Wang Ping was already 16 years old. His appearance was becoming more and more similar to Lu Mei's. This kind of appearance was a peerlessly handsome boy. However, his eyes were like Wang Lin's. They were pure and had a clear distinction between black and white. After 16 years of growth, the intelligent him understood a lot. It was obvious that this grandpa's son knew his father a long time ago, and he was very respectful toward his father. Although this respect was never shown in words or on the surface, Wang Ping could clearly feel it. Sun Tai, I'll do what I promised you back then. Wang Lin looked even older. He calmly looked at Sun Tai on the bed and slowly said, I'm afraid there are some fellow cultivators who don't like this kind of quiet plot. However, in the Xinxiao world, this kind of plot is unique to the celestial defying bead. Slowly watch. This is a kind of life. Chapter 691. Nothing in this world could escape the cycle of life and death. Sun Tai looked at the father and son before him and revealed a smile. At this moment, his expression was serene as he slowly burned the last of his lifespan. After hearing Wang Lin's promise, Sun Tai took a profound look at Wang Lin. He engraved this person who had a grudge with him in his heart once more. He felt like he was in a trance, as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago in the Rain celestial realm. Scenes flashed before his eyes until they stopped on the calm but slightly old face. It turns out that life and death are so short. Sun Tai smiled and closed his eyes. The aura of death on his body reached its peak in an instant, but it dissipated in the next moment. Grandpa's son, Wang Ping's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Sun Tai's serene face and began to cry. Wang Lin let out a sigh and rubbed Wang Ping's head. There was a hint of calmness in his eyes. Seeing through life and death, seeing through the cycle of reincarnation was like smoke. Although one could see it, wouldn't stay in their hearts. Sun Tai's grave was in the back mountain of the Fallen Moon village. All the people who died in the village were buried here. The gravestone was carved by Wang Ping. The words Sun Tai's grave were written by his adopted grandson, Wang Ping. When Wang Ping was 12 years old, Sun Tai accepted him as his adopted grandson. Wang Lin didn't stop him. Sun Tai was older than him and was old enough to be Wang Ping's grandfather. As for him and Sun Tai, they were of the same generation. Just as Wang Ping felt, Sun Tai respected Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. There was no body in Sun Tai's grave. His body had turned into ashes and was in Wang Lin's bag of holding. This was his promise to Sun Tai. The 16-year-old Wang Ping was extraordinarily handsome. Compared to Wang Lin, he looked even older. The passage of time had changed Wang Lin's appearance, but it also made the Zhang family's wife lose interest in being a matchmaker. As Wang Ping grew up, she placed her interest on this child. However, this Wang Ping was quite like his father. Although he was handsome, he was extremely calm in his actions. Usually, he did not speak much, but a wise and far-sighted look flashed across his eyes. A year after Sun Tai left, Wang Lin sat in the main courtyard of the Wang clan, carving a piece of wood. Wang Ping sat off to the side, looking calmly at his father. Wrinkles could be seen on his father's face, and he looked even more ancient than before. When you carve, you have to use your heart to carve. Every stroke is engraved in your memory. Only then can you be called a master craftsman. Wang Lin said calmly without raising his head. Wang Ping nodded. He also picked up a piece of wood and started carving carefully. Under the setting sun, the shadows of the father and son were elongated. Their movements were similar, and even their expressions were extremely similar. As the sun set, their figures gradually faded, but that trace of charm was eternal. Have you thought it through? The sun finally set, and darkness enveloped the land. Wang Lin lit a lamp in the courtyard and put up a lampshade. Then he said calmly. On the side, Wang Ping put down the half-finished statue in his hand and fell silent. Wang Lin didn't rush him. He sat off to the side and picked up Wang Ping's statue. He looked at it carefully. The statue was a bit crude, but it had carved out some of the charm. The wooden statue was of Sun Tai. His face was proud, and his eyes were looking up at the sky. There were hand seals on his hands, and a strange aura was gathering around his body. There were clouds under his feet, and he looked very lifelike. Wang Ping lowered his head and softly said, "Dad, why didn't you let me learn the celestial spells that Grandpa's son left behind?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. In the end, Sun Tai still didn't listen to him. Instead, he used the excuse of taking Wang Ping as his adopted grandson to secretly teach him cultivation. None of this could be hidden from Wang Lin's divine ability. If Sun Tai hadn't used his life force to teach Wang Ping cultivation, he wouldn't have died 4 years earlier. As a father, Wang Lin wasn't an arbitrary person. He looked at Wang Ping. This child had inherited Wang Ping's mother's beauty and had learned his own calmness during these 16 years. His eyes shone with wisdom, and Wang Lin felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and softly said, "Because the life of a cultivator is not suitable for you." A smile appeared on Wang Ping's face. He looked at his father and said, "Dad, I haven't practiced the cultivation incantations that Grandpa's son taught me. I've never practiced them." Wang Lin nodded. He naturally knew all of this. Although Sun Tai had taught him the cultivation method, Wang Ping still hadn't cultivated it. Wang Ping lowered his head and asked, "Dad, you're also an immortal, right?" An ancient look appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he slowly said, "I can't be considered an immortal. I'm just a cultivator." Wang Ping was silent for a moment and then said, "Dad, you want me to live an ordinary life and not follow in your footsteps and become a cultivator, right?" The bright moon slowly rose in the sky. The moonlight fell on the ground, and it was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. A cool breeze blew by, causing the lampshade hanging on the side to sway. The candlelight inside flickered, and the moonlight covered the courtyard. "Yes." Wang Lin put down Wang Ping's sculpture and looked at the night sky. His voice was uncertain. "What if, Ping Er, doesn't want to? Wang Ping raised his head and looked at his father. This was the first time in his 16 years of life that he had spoken to his father like this. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Wang Ping. He didn't say anything. He just looked at him calmly. Time passed slowly. Wang Ping's head slowly lowered, as if he didn't dare to meet Wang Lin's gaze. The life of a cultivator is not suitable for you. Don't bring this up again. Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, it was very firm. However, in his eyes, where Wang Ping couldn't see, there was a flash of sadness. This sadness was very strong. Wang Ping said bitterly, "Yes, father, I don't know how to cultivate the Tao." Wang Lin didn't say anything. He turned and walked back into the house. The moment he stepped in, his voice could be heard. "Ping Air, take your medicine." Wang Ping was silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a sigh, stood up, and walked back into the room. His back looked a bit sad. The majesty of his father was not on display, but in Wang Ping's heart, it was incomparably huge. He was powerless to resist, and could only follow his father's wishes and live an ordinary life. After Wang Ping drank the medicine, Wang Lin's voice could be heard as Wang Ping lay down on the bed. "Other than the cultivation of the Tao, I can give you everything in the world." Wang Ping closed his eyes and didn't say anything. In the darkness, Wang Lin sat alone in the courtyard and stared at the darkness before him. The sadness in his eyes flashed again. The passage of time was often like the moonlight in the darkness. You couldn't see when it would come, and when you noticed, the moonlight would already be on the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Sun Tai passed away. That year, Wang Ping was 19 years old. He had completely turned into a handsome young man. Although there was still a bit of immaturity on his face, it was hard to see if one didn't look carefully. His appearance was becoming more and more similar to Lu Mei's. In comparison, Wang Lin looked even older. 19 years had left a deep mark on his face. On the 19th year since Wang Lin came to the Fallen Moon village, he packed up his family's belongings and left with Wang Ping. At the time of departure, Wang Ping's childhood friends all came to see him off. Most of them were girls, and their gazes toward Wang Ping were filled with hidden bitterness. This was especially true for the second daughter of the Zhou family. However, Wang Ping turned a blind eye to all of this. His appearance was inherited from his mother, Lu Mei, but his personality was inherited from Wang Lin. He looked down on women. In the past 19 years, many people in the Fallen Moon village died of illness. As one generation grew old, the new generation gradually grew up. When Wang Lin came here, out of 10 neighbors, 3 or 4 had passed away. Although the burly man from the Zhou family was still healthy, he was obviously not young. At that moment, he stood next to Wang Lin and said emotionally, "Brother Wang, 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How fast? I still remember when you brought Ping here, but now you are leaving." Wang Lin smiled and said gently, "Brother Zhou, I have troubled you all these years. It's just that my child has grown up, and I want to take him out to see the world." The burly man from the Zhou family sighed emotionally. His gaze fell on Wang Ping, who was surrounded by the girls in the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that my area is not that lucky." Wang Lin shook his head and said with a smile, "It should be my boy who is not that lucky." Not far away, Wang Ping's expression was the same as usual. He said softly, "You all take care." With that, he turned around and walked toward Wang Lin. However, at that moment, one of the girls ran a few steps forward. With a red face, she said loudly, "Wang Ping, will you come back in the future?" Wang Ping stopped in his tracks. Without turning around, he said softly, "I don't think so." The girl's eyes turned red and 2 streams of tears flowed down. It was as if she could hear her own heart breaking. "I hate you, Wang Ping." The girl cried, turned around, and ran away. Wang Ping frowned and went to his father's side. He did not say anything. The burly man from the Zhou family let out a long sigh. He cupped his hands toward Wang Lin and said, "Brother Wang, take care." Wang Lin had a good impression of this forthright man. He smiled and said, "Take care." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the distance. Wang Ping followed, but after a few steps, he hesitated and looked back at the crying girl. He let out a sigh and followed Wang Lin into the distance. Dad, why are these girls so troublesome, especially that Zhou Ruodong? Wang Ping caught up with his father and frowned. Wang Lin laughed and looked back at Wang Ping. He had inherited Lu Mei's looks. Wang Ping's handsomeness had a kind of demonic feeling. You don't like the girl from the Zhou family? Wang Lin said with a faint smile. I don't like her. It's just, when she was crying just now, I felt a little sad. Wang Ping sighed. If Wang Ping participated in the If You're the One competition, how many lights would be extinguished in the first round? After watching the short film, and knowing that although Wang Ping came from a single family, his father was a powerful immortal who knew how many lights would be extinguished. Chapter 692. Although the ocean occupied a large area of planet Ranyun, there were still many famous mountains on land. Although the catastrophe from many years ago caused the spiritual energy on planet Ranyun to not be as dense, it was still a bit better than Suzuka. Between the famous mountains on planet Ranyun, one could always see the figure of a father and son. They climbed the mountain and stood at the top to look at the world. They looked at the changes in the world and watched the clouds crisscrossing. In their eyes, the earth seemed to have shrunk countless times. It was as if they could see the end of the earth with just one glance. Especially at the peak, when the wind howled, Wang Ping stood against the wind and looked at the world. His soul seemed to be purified and constantly sublimated. As he climbed up one mountain after another, his frail body gradually gained strength. In his eyes, everything about his father was grand. For example, 20 years of peace, and now he was challenging the heavens. After passing through one mountain after another, Wang Ping's heart had broadened. He seemed to have forgotten everything else as he wandered back and forth between the heavens and the earth. Although the only person accompanying him was his father, the mountains, the waters, the heavens, and the earth all seemed to be able to sense his existence. There was no loneliness, only the freedom of the soul. No matter how dangerous the mountain was, it couldn't stop the footsteps of the father and son. No matter how tall the mountain was, it was all crossed by their feet. Although Wang Ping's body was that of a mortal, his spirit had been tempered time and time again. It had been elevated to a new height. From a mountain, he experienced life. From the mountain, he solidified his heart. From the heavens and earth, he felt the vastness of the world. However, he didn't stop and didn't yield to the vastness. Instead, he climbed up again and again. With the greatest possibility of a mortal, he inherited the heaven-defying will from Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't teach Wang Ping cultivation, but he used his own method to endlessly impact Wang Ping's soul. When he was thirsty, he would drink spring water. When he was hungry, he would eat fruits. When he was tired, he would sit on the ground. When he was sleepy, he would lie on the ground and use the sky as his blanket. 3 years passed by in the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Wang Ping's respect for his father grew. In his eyes, his father was the greatest person in the world. After conquering the mountain, the next step was the river. The figures of the father and son duo would occasionally appear in the various rivers. They looked at the majestic rivers and listened to the heaven-defying roars. The lone boat carried Wang Ping's vision and gradually sublimated soul. In the river, under the raging waves, it kept moving forward and challenging itself. Wang Lin and his son's figures could be seen everywhere on this large river that surrounded most of planet Ranyun. The sound of laughter came from Wang Ping's mouth most of the time. Accompanying this laughter was Wang Lin's hearty laughter. This kind of laughter was rarely seen from Wang Lin. It could even be said that it was extremely rare. His laughter seemed to be infectious, making Wang Ping even happier. It seemed that as long as his father was by his side, he would be satisfied. Father, Ping will stay by your side for the rest of his life. Even if I die, if there is another reincarnation, even if we're no longer father and son, I will never forget you. In the river, Wang Ping's voice was resolute and decisive. This lonely boat traveled through the river and traveled across most of planet Ranyun, heading towards the entrance of the ocean. The trip on land had ended, but the voyage on the sea had just begun. On the sea, a ship was riding the wind and waves. As the sea breeze blew, Wang Ping's world expanded infinitely. Islands after islands, waves after waves. He saw heavenly lightning striking the surface of the sea, bringing bursts of lightning with it. He saw a whale that was as large as a village, and he even saw a mirage. The vastness of the sea far surpassed the land. Wang Ping's eyes became even brighter. He felt that the sea's tolerance was like his father's, infinitely great. After fusing with the infinity of the sea, the fierceness of the mountains, and the length of the river, he felt the vastness of the world. 5 years later, when Wang Lin and his son returned to land, Wang Ping had been reborn. Although he was still immortal, his spirit could accommodate the heavens and earth. When they returned, the last mountain they jumped over was the Chilean Peak next to the Fallen Moon Village. The childishness on the 27-year-old Wang Ping's face had long been swept away. What replaced it was a determined expression. His appearance, after 8 years of experience, had gradually gotten rid of the bewitchment. What remained was only a peerless handsomeness. On his chiseled, handsome face, there was a smile as bright as the sun and a pair of bright eyes. Looking at Wang Ping before him, Wang Lin revealed a smile. After thinking about it for a long time, he found a way to completely remove the resentment in Wang Ping's soul. Lu Mei's pill and Wang Lin's spell could only remove most of the resentment. However, this resentment was too deep and had already fused with his soul. After 20 years of peace, this resentment had gradually eased. Adding on the 8 years of purification and the sublimation of Wang Ping's soul, he had unknowingly removed only a trace of resentment from his soul. This trace was something that no spell or pill could get rid of. It could only be erased in the cycle of reincarnation. At the bottom of the Chilean Peak, Wang Lin looked at the mountain village in the distance and softly said, "Aren't you going to go take a look?" Next to him, Wang Ping shook his head and said, "I'm not going." Wang Lin didn't say anything more and continued to walk up the mountain. Wang Ping followed behind him and caught up to his father. He smiled and said, "Father, when I was young, I heard people say that there's a celestial fog on the Chilean Peak. If I breathed in it, I wouldn't get sick for 10 years. At that time, I was wondering when Father would be able to bring me here." Wang Lin smiled and kindly looked at Wang Ping. The father and son gradually climbed to the peak of the Chilean Peak. Above the peak, there were countless layers of clouds, as if they were walking on clouds. Wang Ping took a deep breath and looked at his father. In his eyes, although the Chilean Peak was majestic, it couldn't compare to his father. Although the Chilean Peak was tall, it couldn't be taller than his father's back. Far away from the clouds, it was a bit dark. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The might of the heavens and earth attracted Wang Ping's attention. Not long after, as the thunder gradually grew louder, a wet wind blew and rain slowly fell on the ground. As the dark clouds filled the sky, the rain gradually became heavier. Maybe it was because it hadn't rained for a long time, but the dust on the ground didn't rise too high. It was soaked by the rapid rain and returned to the ground. It was like a cultivator who defied the heavens and wanted to ascend to the heavens, but under the might of the heavens, they had no choice but to descend. How much dust could truly rise to the heavens in this torrential rain? Thunder and rain intersected, rumbling as they passed. On the mountain peak, father and son calmly looked out at the sky. The rain seemed to be raining down from the lower realms, but not a single drop landed on their bodies. Other than the sound of the thunder and the rain, there was no other sound. The thunderstorm came quickly and left just as quickly. Not long after, the clouds dissipated and a rainbow that looked like it was hanging in the sky appeared in front of the father and son. The beauty of the rainbow was dazzling. At such a close distance, the 7 colors seemed to contain the Tao of the heavens. However, at that moment, this peace was disrupted by a whistling sound. A ray of sword light whistled through the air in the distance. It turned into a bolt of lightning, and as it rumbled, it seemed like it was going to shatter the rainbow and pierce through it. There was a middle-aged man standing inside the ray of sword energy. This person looked like a celestial and was surrounded by celestial spiritual energy. Under his feet was a green flying sword that gave off waves of cold light. As he flew by, he immediately saw Wang Lin and his son at the top of Chilean Peak and was surprised. For mortal to climb this far was not normal. They must have had great perseverance. This person's eyes were filled with admiration, but he didn't stop. He jumped over the peak and charged into the distance. Wang Ping stared at the middle-aged man disappearing into the horizon. This was the first time he had seen something like this. The shock in his heart was like an angry wave that couldn't be calmed down for a long time. Wang Ping muttered, "Father, is this a celestial?" Wang Lin let out a sigh and slowly said, "Yes." Wang Ping pondered. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at his father. His eyes lit up, and he softly said, "Father, can you really not let me cultivate?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the gradually disappearing rainbow. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of sadness. He didn't say anything and only shook his head. Wang Ping didn't say anything else but stared at the place where the middle-aged man disappeared. After leaving Chilean Peak, Wang Ping remained silent all the way. He walked on the official road until he reached a nearby town. Then he got on the carriage to the big city. Wang Ping still didn't say a word. Aside from the driver, only Wang Lin and his son were inside the carriage. Wang Lin looked out the window. The sadness in his eyes became even stronger, but there was also a hint of bitterness that was hard to describe. The carriage was completely silent. After a long time, Wang Ping lowered his head and softly said, "Father, I want to cultivate." This was the second time he mentioned cultivation. The first time was 10 years ago. That year, he was 17 years old. Wang Lin didn't look away. He continued to look out the window and calmly said, "You are not suitable to cultivate." "Father, why?" Wang Ping stared at his father's silhouette and asked unwillingly. Wang Lin turned his head. Just like 10 years ago, he didn't say anything. He just calmly looked at Wang Ping and quietly watched. The sound of the carriage wheels rolling on the ground could be heard. In the end, Wang Ping lowered his head and softly said, "I understand, Father. It's the last day of May. Fellow cultivators, don't keep your votes anymore. Give them to me. I'm dying. Also, today is Monday. There are more votes. There's hope for me to get on the list. I'm crying for a miracle." Chapter 693. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Wang Ping could not see the sorrow in his eyes. No one knew the real reason why he did not let Wang Ping cultivate. Sun Tai did not know. Wang Ping did not know. Only Wang Lin himself knew the root of all this. He could not speak to Wang Ping. For Wang Ping, he could not. All of this had nothing to do with Lu Mei's death. Wang Ping could not hear the sigh in his heart. His gaze fell on the wilderness outside the window. Wang Lin was silent. Inside the carriage, Wang Ping was the same. The silence between father and son gradually became thicker. After a long time, Wang Ping turned his head and looked at his father. From the side, he could see that his father's wrinkles had increased. He could not bear it and softly said, "Father, I was wrong." Wang Lin turned around and kindly smiled, but he did not say anything. Vast Water City was one of the 3 empires on planet Renyun. It was second only to the capital in terms of prosperity. Adding on the fact that it was close to a river, this city was extremely lively. The carriage entered the city and stopped at a relay station. Wang Lin and his father got off the carriage and arrived at this bustling city. Wang Ping had never seen such a bustling city before. He looked around as if he had forgotten all the unhappiness from before. In a luxurious restaurant in the eastern part of the city, Wang Lin walked in. The waiter of the restaurant quickly came forward and welcomed him with a smile. He brought the father and son to a corner of the hall near the window. Not long after, the food and wine were served. Perhaps it was because Wang Ping was too handsome, but he immediately attracted the gazes of many women in the restaurant. Wang Ping was already used to this from his youth in the village. Wang Lin did not move his chopsticks. Instead, he picked up the wine and drank a mouthful. His expression was calm. As for Wang Ping, he only took a sip. Wang Lin put down the wine and calmly said, "From now on, we will live here. We will go buy a house in a bit." Wang Ping nodded and smiled. "Father, this place is not bad. I'm used to seeing mountains and rivers. Seeing this bustling city makes me feel like I have entered the world." Just as Wang Ping finished speaking, a sneer came from the table next to him. There were 3 people sitting at the table. One of them was a white-haired old man in embroidered clothes. He had a rather dignified appearance. Although his eyes were slightly dim, his entire body emitted a noble aura when he opened and closed them. There were 2 people sitting next to him, a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome and had an imposing appearance. He wore a purple robe that was embroidered with golden threads. He looked extremely expensive. As for the woman, she was about 20 years old. Her hair was like a waterfall, and although she wasn't an absolute beauty, she had a valiant air about her. The one who sneered was the purple-clothed man. This silly boy is quite interesting. Perhaps it's his first time in Vastwater City, but he's actually showing off some knowledge of being accustomed to the world, the purple-clothed youth said to the girl beside him with a light smile. He didn't lower his voice, so Wang Ping heard him clearly. Wang Ping frowned but didn't say anything. As for Wang Lin, he picked up the wine bottle and took a sip. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the 3 people at the table. The woman also frowned and said softly, "Is it funny?" The youth smiled and said, "Junior Sister Ching Yi, why isn't it funny?" There was a hint of annoyance in the woman's eyes, and she turned her head away. The youth let out a cold snort. The reason he was laughing at Wang Ping was because when Wang Ping entered, the woman, who had always been cold, actually looked up at him. With his status, if it wasn't for this woman, how could he come here to eat? When he saw her expression, he let out a cold snort and turned around to stare at Wang Ping. The purple-clothed youth calmly said, "If this kind of appearance was born on a woman, she would be a peerless beauty. Unfortunately, it is on a man, what a pity, but it is suitable to be used as a catamite mark." This provocation caused Wang Ping to put down his chopsticks. He turned around to look at the purple-clothed youth and calmly said, "What a dignified appearance. If it was born on a person, he would be very handsome. Unfortunately, it was born on an animal. What a pity." The purple-clothed youth's expression sank, but before he could speak, the old man sitting beside him frowned and shouted, "Since when can someone like this enter the Quiet Art Pavilion? What an uneducated person. Let the old man help your elder teach him a lesson or 2. After saying that, the old man swung the chopsticks in his hand. Like lightning, the chopsticks flew towards Wang Ping. They were aimed at Wang Ping's shoulders. If Wang Ping was hit by these chopsticks, his hands would be crippled for the rest of his life. The moment the old man attacked, the woman beside him let out a soft cry. She suddenly stood up and was about to chase after the chopsticks. However, the moment the chopsticks flew over, they seemed to lose their power and softly landed next to Wang Ping. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He put down the wine jug and coldly looked at the old man. One glance, the old man's body shook, and it was as if countless bolts of lightning had exploded in the youth's mind. That gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the old man's eyes. It pierced through the old man's mind and burned into his soul. It was as if it wanted to destroy his soul, extinguish his alchemic fire, and shatter his golden core. The old man's body suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by lightning. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. This is... The old man's mind trembled, and his scalp went numb. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, as if someone's gaze had pierced through him. The sound of his heart beating violently echoed inside the old man's body. He felt like he was about to collapse. His entire body was ice cold, as if he was facing an enemy naked. As of this moment, everything about him had been disintegrated by a single gaze. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This blood contained a hint of gold. At this moment, a crack appeared on his golden core, and the aura of the core entered his blood vessels. This old man was a cultivator, a core formation cultivator. As for the purple-clothed youth, he was only at the chi condensation stage. The woman hadn't even reached the foundation building stage. Since a core formation cultivator could act so viciously against mortals, then Wang Lin didn't hesitate to kill him. What's more, the person this old man provoked was his son, Wang Lin. "You?" The chair the old man was sitting on shattered. He fell to the ground with a pale face. He immediately took out a pill from his bag of holding and swallowed it. Then, he crushed the communication jade slip. The restaurant was silent. Many customers were still confused, but there were some smart people who quickly got up to pay the bill and left. The purple-clothed youth was completely stunned. He didn't even look at the old man. Instead, he stared at Wang Lin and his son with a gloomy expression. As for the woman, her expression changed. She stared at Wang Ping and Wang Lin in a daze. She didn't expect this to happen. Wang Lin, don't need you to teach my son a lesson. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine jug, and took a sip. He had to spend time with the child in June. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to update, so he stayed up late to write a short chapter. This way, he would be able to write less during the day and finish it. He wouldn't stop updating because of anything else. The month of May had ended. The Renegade Immortal was ranked 16th, one rank higher than last month. In June, I hope fellow cultivators will give me a guaranteed monthly vote. After June 1st, I'll have 3 more chapters. Also, for those who don't have a monthly vote, it's very easy to cast a recommendation vote. It doesn't cost anything and only requires a little time. However, for the Renegade Immortal, it's the key to whether or not they can enter the recommendation gang. Please use your own method to support the Renegade Immortal. Thank you. Chapter 694. The old man didn't dare to open his mouth. If he opened his mouth, his core energy would immediately leak out. At that time, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would drop greatly. At this moment, he was relying on the pills he swallowed to slow down the loss of his core energy. However, the effect was very small. Strands of spiritual energy came out from his body like a mist. The purple-robed youth stared at Wang Lin and nodded. I didn't expect you to also be a cultivator. Very good. On planet Ranyan, you offended the Sun family, which is the same as, before he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The youth's body trembled, his face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Wang Lin didn't kill him. This person didn't have much spiritual energy inside his body and was still in the category of immortal. With Wang Lin's experience, he could naturally tell that if this purple-robed youth wasn't a descendant of a powerful cultivator, then he must have a powerful mortal identity. As for the core formation old man and the woman named Qing Yi, they were clearly master and disciple. However, no matter what identity these people had, Wang Lin didn't care about them. On planet Ranyan, he was the supreme ancestor. The scene in front of him caused Wang Ping to take a deep breath. He looked at his father and suddenly realized that his father was no ordinary cultivator. A single glance from him could cause the old man to react in such a way. Clearly, he was no ordinary cultivator. On the side, Qing Yi stared at Wang Lin and his father. After hesitating for a bit, she took 2 steps forward and respectfully said, "Senior, we were reckless." Wang Lin picked up the wine jug and took a sip. He didn't look at the other party. Qing Yi bit her lower lip and was in a dilemma. Wang Ping revealed a smile. He was already handsome, and when he smiled, he became even more handsome. He looked at Qing Yi and asked, "Is this girl's name Qing Yi? My name is Wang Ping. Is this girl also a cultivator?" Wang Ping's smile caused Qing Yi's face to turn red. She softly said, "Yes, but Master said that if you haven't reached the Foundation Establishment realm, you can't call yourself a cultivator. Your name is Wang Ping, right? Today's matter is our fault, but you guys should leave quickly. Just now, Master has already crushed the communication jade slip. I'm afraid someone will come soon." Wang Ping faintly smiled. He didn't care about this at all and began to chat with Qing Yi. Just at this moment, whistling sounds came from outside the restaurant. At the same time, a gust of wind blew over. 3 old men suddenly walked into the restaurant. "Ancestor son." Qing Yi hurriedly greeted respectfully. One of the 3 old men had a head full of white hair. His eyes were like lightning, and he exuded authority without being angry. After he entered the restaurant, his gaze landed on the core formation cultivator sitting cross-legged on the ground. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Lin and his son. In his view, Wang Lin was only a mortal without any spirit force in his body. However, the young man standing across from him caused the old man's eyes to narrow. After taking a closer look, his eyes revealed a strange light. This child's talent is excellent. Although he is immortal, his soul is like the world. It is full of power. Even among cultivators, there are very few people who can reach this level of cultivation. These two people are not as simple as they appear. At this moment, the core formation cultivator on the ground seemed to notice the old man's arrival. He opened his eyes, and a mouthful of core energy escaped from his body. He let out a miserable groan, and a large amount of mist appeared around his body. His face was pale, and he quickly said, "Uncle, he is the one who harmed me. Save me." He pointed at Wang Lin. The old man formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the spot between the old man's eyebrows. The moment the seal landed between the old man's eyebrows, it quickly extended to form a net that temporarily locked down the core formation cultivator's core aura. After doing all of this, he gloomily looked at Wang Lin and said, "Sir, you are so ruthless. Do you think my Sun family has no one?" Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man. He put down the wine jug and calmly said, "Ping Er, let's go." With that, he stood up and walked toward the exit of the restaurant. Wang Ping smiled at Qing Yi. When Qing Yi saw this smile, her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Wang Ping had a good impression of this girl, called Qing Yi. This impression came from the fact that this girl had tried to stop her master when he attacked. After getting up, Wang Ping followed his father and walked out. The old man coldly snorted and stepped forward to stop them. The two old men behind him did the same. It won't be too late to leave after you make things clear. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he casually took a step forward. This step looked simple, but it was like thunder that landed on the three old men's minds. It was as if this step wasn't landing on the ground, but on their minds. The two people behind the old man were at the mid-stage of nascent soul, but their expressions changed greatly. They immediately activated the spiritual energy in their bodies and subconsciously took a few steps back. This wasn't a Tao spell or a spell. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of celestial spiritual energy coming from Wang Lin's body. However, to the three old men, this was far more powerful than any spell they had ever seen. This was a kind of aura that could only be displayed when one reached the level of a grandmaster. Those with Tao were like their own world and could use the power of the world as their own aura. Forget the three old men. Even normal ascendant cultivators wouldn't be able to resist this aura. The old man had the highest cultivation level, peak late-stage nascent soul. He was in the process of comprehending the heavens and was half a step into the soul formation stage. Wang Lin's aura was even more profound in his eyes. It was as if his soul had been hit by Wang Lin's step. His face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back. Wang Lin walked past him and left the restaurant. Wang Ping followed behind him. Before he left, he looked back at Qing Yi and revealed a gentle smile. Qing Yi's face became even redder. "This is the only time. There won't be a next time." Wang Lin's voice slowly came from outside the restaurant and entered the ears of the Sun family cultivators. It took a long time for them to recover, and their eyes were filled with terror. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Ping hesitated for a bit before catching up to his father. He smiled and asked, "Dad, do you know the Sun family? We have a bit of history. I promised to protect their family for 100 years. Wang Lin didn't hide anything from Wang Ping aside from the real reason he didn't want him to cultivate. That girl named Qing Yi is not bad. Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping with a smile that wasn't a smile. Wang Ping was startled, and his handsome face turned red, which was rare. In the northern part of Vast Water City, Wang Lin and his son bought a large courtyard. After cleaning it up, they moved in. This courtyard was very big, and there were many rooms. When the previous owner sold the house, he even left some maids and servants behind. At this moment, in the branch of the Sun family in Vast Water City, because of Wang Lin's last words, a huge uproar was set off. I'm afraid everyone is waiting too long. I'll post 2,000 words first. There will be another chapter in a bit, so I'll continue writing now. In order to thank everyone, I'll explode with 9,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 695. Ever since the Rand family's ancestor and carefree Sanren were gone, the Sun family had replaced the Rand family's position on planet Ranyun because of Sun Shi. They were even more powerful than the Rand family before and became the most powerful existence on planet Ranyun. After more than 20 years of evolution, the people of the Sun family gradually became arrogant. There is also a branch of the Sun family in Vastwater City. At this moment, in the main hall of the Sun family's branch, 3 soul formation elders of the Sun family were sitting. In front of them were all the people who participated in the incident at the restaurant. This was the first time Ching Yi had come to such an occasion, so she was very nervous. She only lowered her head and had a respectful expression. Her master, the core formation cultivator, was also standing on the side. However, his face was pale, and his cultivation had fallen from the core formation stage to the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. One of the 3 Sun family elders, a red-faced old man, opened his eyes and calmly said, "Did that person really say that?" The late-stage nascent soul cultivator that stopped Wang Lin quickly nodded and said, "Junior wouldn't have misheard. That person indeed said that this would only happen once and not again." A cold snort came from the other elder in green. His eyes became cold, and he coldly said, "It looks like someone is going to provoke my Sun family again. This person can cause a core formation cultivator to shatter their core with one glance and 3 nascent soul cultivators to retreat with 1 step. I fear his cultivation has reached the soul transformation stage." The last of the 3 elders calmly said, "So what if he's at the soul transformation stage? My Sun family's ancestor is still here, and that senior has protected us for 100 years. Even the Huan family doesn't dare to provoke that senior. With him here, my Sun family won't collapse." The red-faced elder spoke for the second time. The cultivators below silently pondered. After a long time, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator bitterly smiled and said, "I don't know about this matter, but I saw that this foreign family member seemed to have talked with them. Perhaps she knows." The red-faced elder's gaze fell on Ching Yi. "Do you know?" Ching Yi's body trembled. After pondering a bit, she shook her head and said, "Junior doesn't know." "What guts?" The red-faced elder's eyes narrowed. With his experience, he could naturally tell that this girl was lying. Ching Yi bitterly lowered her head and softly said, "Junior really doesn't know." The red-faced old man let out a cold snort and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. I have already reported this to the clan. In a few days, a soul transformation cultivator will come here. As for this outsider, since he has second thoughts, kick him out of the Sun family. This old man would like to see what gives this person the right to say such arrogant words that it will not happen again. On planet Ranyan, no one can speak to my Sun family like this." In the northern part of Vastwater City, inside the Wang family's courtyard, the mansion plate outside the door had already been taken down and replaced with a new one. On it, Wang Lin had personally written the 2 words Wang Mansion. Wang Lin did not change the maids and servants in the mansion. Instead, he continued to use them. As a result, the cold atmosphere in the mansion became much lighter. Late at night, the moonlight shined down. In the backyard study, Wang Lin and his son sat across from each other. Wang Lin calmly said, "Ping Er, 19 years of ordinary life, 8 years of beautiful scenery. Now, I'll give you 30 years of riches. A person's life, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. You must know all of them. Riches and poverty are the same." Wang Ping pondered for a long time. Then he smiled and his eyes lit up. "Dad, is this the compensation for not letting me cultivate?" Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping and slowly said, "Yes." His gaze went past Wang Ping and fell into the distance. In a place Wang Ping couldn't see, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. This sadness was too strong, so strong that no one knew. Wang Lin could only keep all of this secret in his heart, even though he knew that Wang Ping's obsession with cultivation was buried deep in his heart, as well as a trace of resentment towards him. "Ping Er, it's not that I don't want you to cultivate. It's just that you can't cultivate." Wang Lin sighed in his heart. The sadness in his eyes grew even stronger. "Dad, what is riches and honor?" Wang Ping asked softly. "What kind of riches and honor do you want?" Wang Lin looked away and calmly replied. Wang Ping looked at his father and said, "Father once taught me that one should defy the heavens and not be suppressed by the heavens and the earth. If I encounter a mountain, I will surmount it. If I encounter a river, I will cross it. If I encounter a sea, I will cross it. If I encounter a heaven and earth, I will never yield. Since Father won't allow me to cultivate, then I will become a supreme among mortals. If you want it, then you can. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Wang Ping had grown up. Under the influence of Wang Lin, he had gradually developed his own ideas. He was no longer the little boy who only knew how to follow his father. He had his own ideas, his own ideals. Wang Ping looked at his father and softly said, I don't want to be a paragon that is easily obtained. Why want is to obtain it myself. You can, Wang Lin calmly said. He waved his right hand, and the shadow behind him walked out and merged with Wang Ping's body. With this thing, you could do anything on planet Ranyan. Wang Lin got up and didn't look at Wang Ping. He walked out of the study. His back seemed to be a bit unsteady and a bit depressed. Wang Ping opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only silently asked in his heart, Dad, you can give me everything. Why don't you let me cultivate? King Air cultivated not for himself, but for the promise from back then, so that I can always be by your side. Dad, you are too lonely, but why? Under the moonlight, Wang Lin stood in the courtyard. His shadow was very long. He calmly returned to his room, laid down on the bed, and softly said, One day, you will understand. However, I hope that day will come slowly. You will never know why. That night, Wang Ping couldn't sleep. 3 days later, a person arrived outside Vastwater City. This person wore a black robe, and he looked very old. After he entered Vastwater City, he went to the branch of the Sun family. All the cultivators of the Vastwater City's Sun family's branch came out to greet him. Although they had already guessed that this person was a soul transformation cultivator, when the three elders saw this person, they still sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became even more respectful. Greetings, Vice Family Head. This person was Sun Qiming. Back then, because of the matter with Wang Lin, he had made a great contribution to the Sun family. Adding on his high cultivation, he had reached the late stage of soul transformation and was promoted to the position of the next family head by Sun Shi. Sun Qiming didn't waste time with him and directly said, Where is that person? These juniors of the clan didn't know what it meant to shatter a gold core with a single glance, but he did. Even though he could do it, he couldn't make 3 nascent soul cultivators retreat without using any divine abilities. This kind of thing could be explained if a spell was used, but if it was really as the Jade said, and he didn't see any spells, then aside from ascendant cultivators, it was impossible for a normal cultivator to do this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Today, you let Air Jin know what the power of a reader is. You let Air Jin's fatigue disappear in an instant, as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you for your votes. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Thank you for allowing Air Jin to complete this counterattack. Tomorrow, 3 a.m. Chapter 696. The Sun family was deeply rooted in Vastwater City, so they had naturally already found out where Wang Lin and his son were. At this moment, he quickly led Sun Qiming toward them. Patriarch, this person is too arrogant. He said that he would only do this once and not again. Think about it. When has anyone in our Sun family dared to? The elder in green was only halfway through his sentence when Sun Qiming frowned and shouted, Shut up. The green-robed elder was startled and quickly kept quiet. Just a small matter, and you all want to make a big deal out of it? This person has already shown mercy, but you all still don't know what's good for you. Sun Qiming's expression was gloomy as he coldly looked at everyone. Sun Qiming said, My Sun family is big, and our word is law on planet Ranyan. However, all of this was obtained at a miserable price back then. If you all continue to act like this, sooner or later, you will attract a great enemy for the Sun family. Grandpa's son, your Sun family has the protection of that senior. No matter how strong the enemy is, they wouldn't dare to provoke you. The person who spoke wasn't someone from the Sun family, but the purple-robed young man who had a conflict with Wang Ping in the restaurant. Sun Qiming's gaze fell on the young man, and he calmly said, Little boy from the Yin family, this matter started because of you. Prepare yourself. It won't be so easy. This purple-robed young man was called Yun Wufeng, a member of the Yun family on planet Cloud C. Planet Cloud C was one of the 5 major planets of the northern Luo Tian domain. This person's talent was too poor, so he couldn't cultivate. He was an outsider and came to planet Ranyun with the Yun family's caravan. However, because he saw Qing Yi, he was shocked and didn't leave with the caravan. Instead, he stayed here. Ordinary family cultivators couldn't leave a cultivation planet before reaching the soul transformation stage. However, a large family like the Yun family had some methods to do this. In the Yun family, this person's talent was too poor, so he wasn't successful. However, it was different outside. Due to his identity as a member of the Yun family, cultivation planets like planet Ranyun were extremely polite to him. After all, the Yun family was the #1 family on planet Cloud C. They were even more powerful than the Huan family. Yun Wufeng snorted coldly inside. He did not have much of a cultivation, but as long as he was in the northern region of the Luo Tian, no one dared to provoke him, or they would become enemies with the Yun family. Arriving at the northern part of the city, 1,000 feet away from the prince's mansion, the group of Sun Clan cultivators followed Sun Qiming and stopped. Sun Qiming's face was gloomy as he stared at the words Prince's Mansion and frowned. Surnamed Wang, when he entered Vastwater City, he had already secretly scanned the area with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything unusual. When he scanned the area with his divine sense again, it was the same. After pondering for a moment, Sun Qiming stepped forward and stood 100 feet away. He cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, Sun family's Sun Qiming greets fellow cultivator. His voice contained celestial, spiritual energy, so it clearly entered the ears of everyone in the prince's mansion. Shortly after, a servant walked out from the mansion. The servant had delicate features. He looked at the people of the Sun family outside and said, "The Lord has ordered you all to leave." Before Sun Qiming could speak, a member of the Sun family behind him sneered. The person who sneered was the red-faced old man. He didn't even look at the servant as he coldly said, "How arrogant! Do you really think the Sun family doesn't exist?" With that, he took a step forward and headed straight into the mansion. Sun Qiming frowned as he stared at the words, Prince's Mansion. He didn't stop him and began to ponder. The red-faced old man was at the soul formation stage, so he closed in with one step. However, just as his right foot landed on the ground, his face turned pale. It was as if an invisible force had come from inside the prince's mansion, causing his mind to tremble. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and was forced back several steps. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. Sun Qiming's expression changed greatly. At that moment, he felt the aura of an ascendant cultivator. What shocked him even more was that he was familiar with this aura. Without any hesitation, Sun Qiming quickly grabbed the red-faced old man and threw him behind him. He clasped his hands at the prince's mansion and respectfully said, "I've disturbed Senior's cultivation. Junior will leave now." With that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared along with all the Sun family members. When they reappeared, they were inside the main hall of the Sun family's branch in the city. All members of the Sun family are not allowed to come within 10,000 feet of this senior's residence. Otherwise, their cultivation will be wasted and they will be expelled from the family. Even now, Sun Qiming's heart was beating like crazy. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only he has the cultivation to shatter a golden core with one glance. Sun Qiming took a deep breath. The members of the Sun family had never seen Sun Qiming like this before. Adding on the fact that Sun Qiming had left in such a hurry, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. One of the 3 elders, the green-robed elder, looked at the ashen-faced elder, whose origin soul was about to collapse. His heart trembled, and he asked, "Family head, who is that person?" Sun Qiming let out a cold snort and said, "You all have guts to provoke this senior. You all know this person. Even the ancestor has to be respectful to him. If it wasn't for this person, the Sun family wouldn't be where it is today. Could it be that this person is?" The green-robed old man was startled, and a person suddenly appeared in his heart. Sun Shiming looked at the green-robed old man and nodded. At this instant, the faces of all the members of the Sun family turned pale. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. These words appeared in their hearts. Even the purple-robed young man realized something. After thinking about it, his expression became extremely ugly. He clearly remembered that when he told the elder of the family caravan that he wanted to stay on planet Ranyun for a while, the elder told him not to provoke a single person on planet Ranyun. That person was the Su Mu who swept through the Huan family and made it so the Qian and Su families didn't dare to interfere. The name Su Mu had spread throughout the entire northern domain in the past 30 years. After all, the battle at the Huan family was too shocking. It could even be said that it terrified countless cultivators. In a daze, Yin Wufeng returned to his room in the Sun family mansion. Inside his room, Qing Yi was sitting on the side with a pale face. Her cultivation was sealed, so she was like a mortal. After she was kicked out of the Sun family, she was captured and sent here. In the Sun family, there were naturally people who tried to curry favor with the Yun family. Yin Wufeng returned to his room. He had no time to look at the captured Qing Yi. He stared at the candle flame, and his heart was filled with regret. Qing Yi stared at Yin Wufeng with a cold gaze. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have provoked Su Mu's son. It's all because of you. Yin Wufeng suddenly turned around and stared at Qing Yi. Qing Yi didn't speak, and her gaze was still cold. However, in the next instant, her eyes suddenly widened as she looked behind Yin Wufeng with disbelief. Yin Wufeng was startled. When he turned around, his vision went black and he fell to the ground. Qing Yi quickly got up and respectfully said, "Senior." Wang Lin stepped out from the darkness and sat down. He held a wine jug in his hand and drank a mouthful. He slowly said, "Your talent is good. Accompany my son for 60 years, and I'll gift you a nascent soul." Qing Yi was startled, and Wang Ping's figure appeared in her mind. Her face turned slightly red, and after pondering a bit, she gently nodded. 3 days later, Wang Ping left, and Qing Yi followed beside him. Wang Ping left vast Water City with his ideals. He was not willing to live a peaceful life. What he wanted was brilliance. Wang Lin stayed here alone. On the night Wang Ping left, he drank a lot. With his cultivation, he should not have gotten drunk, but tonight he got drunk. This was the first time in his 800 years of life that he had gotten drunk. His face, for the first time, became even older without the use of magic. Life was still the same. Time slowly passed, turning into an irreversible cycle. 3 years passed in a flash. During these 3 years, there was no news of Wang Ping at all. Wang Lin did not deliberately search with his divine sense. Since he had given Wang Ping freedom and choice, he would not stop him. During these 3 years, a sect appeared in the northern part of planet Ranyun. This sect was called the School of Heaven. It only existed among mortals and did not involve cultivators. The development of the School of Heaven was extremely rapid. It gradually spread from the northern part of planet Ranyun like a wildfire. It burned endlessly and became more and more prosperous. Rumors gradually fell like snowflakes. Rumors said that the leader of the School of Heaven was an immortal, and rumors said that there was always a woman by his side. Another 7 years passed in a flash. Wang Lin's appearance became even older. The development of the School of Heaven was like a rolling snowball. It continued to grow, and even vast Water City had its own sect. On this autumn day, the autumn wind blew. Wang Lin walked out of his home. As usual, he went to an inn not far away and quietly drank wine. His eyes were cloudy, as if he couldn't see anything in the world. He just silently looked out the window, as if he was waiting for something. The waiter at the inn was already used to this old man. After serving the dishes, he left to greet the other guests. As noon arrived, the number of people in the inn gradually increased. Bursts of noise echoed, making the place very lively. Have you heard? The School of Heaven has already occupied more than half of planet Ranyun. It has become the #1 sect in the 3 empires. Even our vast Water City, has a branch of the School of Heaven. I went there a few days ago. My neighbor Zhang Er is a member of the School of Heaven. Every month, he even gives out food. The three empires are Great Qin, Dishan, and Chunyun. It is said that in the northern Dishan nation, almost everyone is a member of the School of Heaven. With the development of the School of Heaven, I'm afraid it won't be long before the three empires destroy it. Otherwise, the School of Heaven has been developing for 10 years. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have already done so. Compared to this, what I'm more interested in is the relationship between the leader of the School of Heaven and the woman that always follows him. Wang Lin calmly drank his wine as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. His gaze fell into the distance. It was as if he could see through the distance and see the middle-aged but high-spirited Wang Ping. I dropped my monthly vote. Now I'm ninth. Asking for monthly votes, I promise I'll go to the third shift today. Chapter 697. In the northern part of planet Ranyun, in the capital of Dishan, a person was sitting in an extremely luxurious palace. This person was nearly 40 years old and had white hair on his temples. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. This person was extremely handsome. He wore a green robe and gave off a noble aura. He also gave off a sense of majesty. There was a map on the table before him. He pondered as he looked at the map for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. It was already late at night, and the moonlight shined on the outside. This person silently stood up and walked outside the palace. He looked at the world shrouded in moonlight and let out a sigh. I wonder if Father is also looking at this world. A cotton cloak was put on the man's back. The man raised his hand and pressed down on the softness on his shoulder. He smiled and said, "You still haven't slept?" A woman walked out from behind the man. She was very beautiful, and although she was old, she didn't look old at all. Instead, she gave off a mature aura. The woman's eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at the man and softly said, "The night wind is cold. Rest early." The man grabbed the woman's hand as he looked at the moon in the sky and slowly said, "Qing Yi, what do you think Father is doing right now?" Qing Yi's face was slightly red. Although she had accompanied this man for many years and she had told him the truth about her agreement with his father, she still blushed like a little girl. Qing Yi whispered, "It should be your father." The man laughed and didn't let go of Qing Yi's hand. He smiled and said, "My father is also your father." Qing Yi's heart was filled with sweetness. She followed the man's gaze and softly said, "Father should be resting now, right?" The man's eyes revealed a strange light, and he shook his head. "I can feel that Father should be looking at me right now." Vastwater City, inside the king's mansion. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the distance and sat under the big tree in the courtyard. He listened to the sound of the leaves being blown by the autumn wind. Occasionally, one or two leaves would fall and float before his eyes. These fallen leaves would eventually return to the bottom of the tree, just like how a wanderer would return to the side of his loved ones if he got tired and rolled up by the wind. Time seemed to flow by silently following the trajectory of the leaf. Time continued to flow, and another 5 years passed. The power of the Heaven sect was already extremely large. It shrouded the three empires and covered all of planet Ranyun. If it had always been like this, there wouldn't have been much of storm. However, on the third year, the Dishan kingdom suddenly changed and began to suppress the Heaven sect. They even sent out a large amount of soldiers to wipe them out. This sudden change was like adding a cup of shimizu to a frying pan. It caused the entire planet Ranyun to fall into chaos. Of the planet Ranyun of the mortal world, the counterattack of the Tianqing faction was extremely fierce. Within half a month, they had seized the military power of the Dishan kingdom without shedding a single drop of blood. Among all the officials in the Dishan kingdom, 6 or 7 out of 10 had already become followers of the Tianqing faction. This rebellion, which lasted less than a month, exploded like thunder in spring, catching everyone off guard. The Heavenly Conduct faction was shaken to the core. The Diqin kingdom of Rantian of Ran, of Yun of, and he kingdom of. The Dishan kingdom no longer existed and was replaced by a massive empire called the Tianqing Empire. In the capital of the Tianqing Empire, Wang Ping was wearing a dragon robe as he stood at the highest point, looking down at the world below. Qing Yi silently accompanied him. The officials of the Tianheng Empire looked up at the new ruler of the empire. They couldn't see through this person. It was as though nothing in this world was important to him. It was as though he wanted to prove something to someone, even though he was in this position today. Wang Ping's gaze looked past the world below him and into the distance. The matter with the Dishan kingdom had attracted the attention of the cultivators on planet Ranyun, and they gradually showed signs of interfering. Wang Lin's life was still as calm as water without any ripples. His face had become even older. This year was the 5th year since the Tianxing Empire was established. Great Qin and Chun Yun tore up the alliance agreement and launched an attack on the Tianxing Empire. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to any of this. He sat in the inn all day and listened to the people around him talk about the 3 kingdoms. He silently drank wine and didn't say a word. The waiter from back then had borrowed some money from his relatives to buy the inn. Now, he had become the shopkeeper. The new waiter was also very familiar with Wang Lin. When he saw him come in, he quickly brought out the same dishes and wine. The waiter was very kind. After putting down the dishes, he said with concern, "You're getting old. You should drink less wine." Wang Lin faintly smiled and nodded. "I'll drink a pot today." The waiter smiled and turned around to greet the other customers. When he was free, he leaned against the counter and looked at Wang Lin's old face. He sighed and said, "This old man Wang is also a bitter person. He is already so old, but he doesn't have any children to accompany him." The shopkeeper behind the counter raised his hand from the abacus. He shook his head and said, "I once heard from a maid in the residence that the old master has a son. However, he left home many years ago and has yet to return." Wang Lin held the wine pot and drank a mouthful. His gaze fell outside the window, and he sat there for the whole day. At dusk, the old servants of the mansion came to the inn. In their opinion, the old man was already old. It was fine if he didn't drink, but once he drank, he needed someone to follow him. Otherwise, if he fell, he would fall ill. Under the gradually rising moonlight, Wang Lin returned home with the help of the old servants. The spacious house was dark without a single light. After asking the old servants to leave, Wang Lin sat on a chair in the yard. He looked at the sky and mumbled, "Time passes so fast. Ping Er is already 47 years old. Maybe he has discovered some clues." The war between the 3 empires slowly unfolded. The interference of the cultivators caused many accidents to occur. However, all of this changed when the ruler of the Sky Empire personally led the army. No matter what cultivation level the cultivators were, they all retreated in defeat before him. Gradually, all the cultivators who interfered slowly left the mortal world. Other than Ping Er, this also had a lot to do with the Zhao, Ran, and Sun Clan's orders at the same time. Within the army, inside a golden tent, Wang Ping sat in the seat of honor. He dismissed a few officials, stood up, and walked out of the tent. His gaze swept past the soldiers not far away and landed on Mount Chilian in the distance. Wang Ping looked a bit old, and the hair on his temples was completely white. After becoming a paragon among mortals, he hadn't been very happy. There were so many things weighing down on him that he was starting to feel a bit tired. He suddenly missed the 19 years of his youth and everything he experienced in that mountain village. While silently pondering, he looked at Mount Chilian. Qing Yi walked out of the tent and stood next to Ping Er. She softly said, "You once said that that place was where you grew up. Do you want to go take a look?" Qing Yi's face was also filled with the traces of time as she softly looked at Wang Ping. Ping Er let out a sigh and said, "Let's go take a look." A group of soldiers followed behind them. Wang Ping and Qing Yi walked in the direction of Chilian Mountains. Along the way, Wang Ping looked around in a daze. Everything in front of him was strange, but also familiar. Gradually, he saw smoke in the distance. The Fallen Moon village was in the distance. Perhaps it was because there were soldiers following them, but as soon as they approached, the fierce barking of dogs immediately rang out in the village. In this chaotic era, the residents of Fallen Moon Village were extremely vigilant. At this moment, when they heard the barking of dogs, they immediately got up, took out their farming tools and torches, and walked out of their houses. Not far away, they saw a group of soldiers in heavy armor and a man and a woman in casual clothes. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the villagers, Ping Er didn't speak. He looked at the villagers, but in the end, he didn't recognize a single one of them. His face was filled with bitterness. Time was like a song. In a flash, so many years had passed. Even the people he knew from back then couldn't recognize them. The changes were too great. Not to mention, in the last 30 years, who knew how many people had entered the reincarnation cycle and never returned. Let's go to the back mountain. Grandpa's son is buried there. Ching Yi let out a sigh and walked forward with Ping Er. The villagers in front of them hesitated and slowly dispersed, creating a path. Just at this moment, a weak and uncertain voice softly echoed. Ping Er. Wang Ping stopped in his tracks and turned around. His gaze fell on a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She looked old, but in Wang Ping's eyes, it was as if he was looking at the girl who had said, "I hate you," all those years ago. At this moment, in the distant space, outside the planet Wang Yu had turned into, the greedy wolf's figure flew like a meteor. Looking at planet Yin Xia, the greedy wolf sniffled, and his eyes revealed a strange light. As soon as I entered the Luo Tian northern domain, the old man's intuition told me there was a treasure here. He followed the aura, and sure enough, the fog around this planet is very thick, covering up the light of the treasure inside. However, looking at this planet, it seems a bit strange. The greedy wolf stared at planet Yunxia. After hesitating for a bit, he slowly flew forward. He had never gone to a place without treasures, so he had a terrifying intuition about the existence of treasures. As he got closer, his heart beat like crazy and his eyes became even brighter. I only had this feeling when I took the furnace back then. Could it be that there is a treasure comparable to the furnace here? The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he completely forgot about Wang Lin and the seal. He clenched his teeth and opened his bag of holding. The black furnace flew out and floated in front of him to open a path. The greedy wolf followed closely behind and slowly disappeared into the fog. The old man wants to see what kind of treasure it is. The greedy wolf licked his lips. There will be another chapter in a bit. Please recommend it. Chapter 698. Wang Ping, is that you? The middle-aged woman said softly. Wang Ping walked up to the woman and looked at her face, which no longer had the youthful look of the past. He smiled and said, "Zhou Ruotong." The middle-aged woman bit her lower lip and looked at Wang Ping in a daze. After a long time, she smiled and said, "I recognized you the moment I saw you. After so many years, you still came back." Wang Ping looked at the woman in front of him and felt a little emotional. Beside the woman was a little girl in her teens. She looked very similar to Zhou Ruodong in the past. "Is this your daughter?" Wang Ping asked. The woman nodded and turned to the girl. "Call him Uncle." He was Mother's childhood friend. "Uncle." The girl seemed to be a little afraid of strangers. She stood behind her mother and said softly. At this moment, some of the villagers also vaguely recognized Wang Ping. However, when they saw the armored soldiers, they didn't dare to go forward. Wang Ping looked at the little girl and smiled. "What is your name?" The little girl hid behind her mother and didn't say anything. Her eyes were filled with fear. Wang Ping sighed and said to the woman, "I'll go to the back mountain to pay my respects to Grandpa's son." The woman smiled. From start to finish, she didn't look at Ching Yi, who was standing beside Wang Ping. Instead, she pulled the child and stood beside her husband. Her husband was a strong man who had obviously inherited his father-in-law's hunting skills. However, if Wang Ping looked closely, he would find that this man was not unfamiliar. Wang Ping turned around and walked toward the back mountain. Ching Yi looked deeply at the woman who was stroking the child's hair and walked toward Wang Ping. Wang Ping had just taken a few steps when the little girl hiding behind her mother revealed her head and said loudly, "Uncle, my name is Sun Yinping." Yinping, Yinping. Wang Ping stopped and sighed. He didn't turn around and continued walking. After they were far away and the villagers dispersed, the strong man standing beside the woman let out a long sigh and said softly, "Why did you have to do this?" "Brother, don't say any more." Zhou Ruodong raised her head and smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, and her eyes were filled with happiness. "I'm content to see him again." Sun Tai's grave didn't have any weeds. Clearly, someone had been cleaning it up frequently. Wang Ping stood in front of the grave for a long time before leaving silently. Qingyi, I think it won't be long before I go see my father. I haven't seen him for 20 years. Wang Ping said softly. Qingyi didn't speak and just quietly followed Wang Ping. It was as if no matter where Wang Ping went, even if it was the Yellow Springs, she would never leave him. This had nothing to do with the agreement from back then. It was a kind of companionship. There are some things that should be clarified when the time comes. Wang Ping looked back at Fallen Moon Village and gradually left. Vastwater City. Wang Lin hadn't gone to the inn for a long time. He sat in the courtyard the entire day, waiting for Wang Ping to return. Fallen leaves needed to return to their roots. Similarly, a wanderer would one day return to the knees of his loved ones. 3 months later, Vastwater City was filled with the aura of war. Some of the servants left, leaving behind an old servant. Because he had nowhere else to go, he chose to stay. The entire Vastwater City seemed to be empty as people fled from the chaos of war. Although the Tianheng Empire's army didn't cause any casualties, panic still spread. Vastwater City was occupied by the Tianheng Empire. The army continued to push forward. Wang Ping stood outside the city and didn't enter. Instead, he followed the army and left. Father, the current me hasn't completed my wish from back then. Once your son has, I'll come see you. The wheel of time continued to move forward. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter intersected several times. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Wang Ping, 52 years old. Great Qin and Duyun successively submitted. The Tianheng Empire became the only nation on planet Ranyun. From the time he left when he was 27 until now, 25 years had passed. Wang Ping had obtained everything he wanted, even though there were many things he didn't know, even though all of this happened too quickly. However, back then, Wang Lin had said yes, so none of this was surprising. After conquering the empire, Wang Ping didn't immediately come to see Wang Lin. Instead, he calmly looked at his own mountains and rivers, feeling the vastness of the world. Wang Lin still sat in his courtyard every morning. He lived an ordinary life accompanied by his old servant. His heart had gradually sublimated over the past 50 years. 10 years passed in peace and tranquility. Wang Ping was 62 years old, and he looked very old. He had been a paragon in the mortal world for 10 years, and that had caused his heart to be even more tired. That kind of exhaustion caused him to miss his childhood and the 8 years he had spent in the mountains and rivers. What he missed even more was the feeling of having his father by his side during those 28 years. Qing had also become an old woman, and wrinkles appeared on her face. However, her gaze was even more gentle, even though they didn't have any children over the years. On this day, it was the late autumn of the 35th year since Wang Ping left his father. In the autumn of this year, leaves fluttered in the air and the autumn wind blew. Wang Ping stepped down from his position as the sovereign of the mortal world. He gave his empire to the officials that had followed him all this time and left. What he took with him, aside from these 35 years of memories, was only Qingyi. He stepped onto the carriage to Vastwater City and slowly ran toward his father. The carriage moved along the official road, and the leaves that fell on both sides of the road were sent off by the wind. The wind caused by the carriage only caused the leaves to float up again. However, the places where the leaves landed were always around the tree. It was as if there was a mysterious force that made it so that the leaves wouldn't go far away. It was as if they didn't want to go far away. Fallen leaves would always return to their roots, and wanderers would always return to their loved ones. Just like the distance between the fallen leaves and the earth, Vastwater City was getting closer and closer. Wang Lin was sitting in the courtyard. His only old servant had passed away 3 years ago, so he was the only one left in this big house. Before him was a table with 2 chairs beside it. There were a few dishes, a pot of wine, and 3 pairs of chopsticks on the table. The dishes were still steaming, and the fragrance of the carriage spread out. When the wind blew by, it spread out of the mansion. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard and the sound of wheels rolling on the ground gradually echoed and stopped outside the mansion. Only a few long neighs could be heard, as if to tell others that the carriage had arrived. Wang Ping got down from the carriage, smiled warmly at Qing Yi, held her hand, and walked through the gate. On top of the gate, there was a green board with the words Wang Mansion written on it. It seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of time. The green color had slightly faded, and the red color had even revealed white marks. Wang Lin raised his head. It was as if he had waited for this action for 35 years. He revealed a kind smile and softly said, "Come and sit down. The dishes are still hot." These simple words revealed a calm warmth. There were no questions, and no politeness. It was as if Wang Ping often came back. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a gentle expression. Wang Ping stared at his father. It had been 35 years since he left. He hadn't seen his father again. If he had, it was only in his dreams. "Father." Wang Ping knelt on the ground, two streams of tears soaking his clothes. Qing Yi also knelt to the side and softly said, "Father." Wang Lin stood up and helped Wang Ping and Qing Yi up. He softly said, "Let's eat." This meal lasted for a long time. A warmth that he hadn't felt for a long time appeared in Wang Ping's heart. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for 35 years. In the 35 years that Qing Yi had been with Wang Ping, she had guessed Wang Lin's identity long ago. She knew that this elder was the one who killed his way into Planet Thousand Illusions alone and shocked all the cultivators of the Luo Tian northern region, Sumu. After all, Yin Wufeng had mentioned the name Sumu before. At this moment, there was still some disbelief in her eyes. She was unable to connect this kind old man in front of her with the famous Sumu of the northern region. Qing, you didn't tell Wang Ping about the legends of Sumu. After all, she hadn't even been born when the events of the past happened. Everything was hearsay, so she couldn't say it. It wasn't until the moon gradually brightened and the autumn wind blew by that Wang Ping put down his chopsticks and looked at his father. There are thousands of things he wanted to say, but at this moment, he couldn't say a single one. Wang Lin looked at Wang Ping and slowly said, "Ping Er, what do you want to ask?" "Dad, I want to know about my mother." It had been more than 60 years, and since Wang Ping could remember, he had only asked once. That time, he had seen his father's depression. This was the second time he had asked. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, his eyes were filled with reminiscence as he looked at the moon in the sky and softly said, "I'll tell you a story. In a place very far from here, there is a cultivation planet. Its name is Rosefinch." Wang Lin's voice was filled with vicissitudes. He slowly spoke about a youth named Wang Lin and his nearly 900 years of life. From entering the cultivation world to the Hengyu sect and the Tian Dao sect, a portrait of Wang Lin's life gradually unfolded before Wang Ping and Qing Yi's eyes. The story was very long, but between the lines, there was an indescribable aura that caused the hearts of those who heard the story to tremble. Wang Ping stared at his father as he listened to the story. Qing Yi's eyes widened as she listened to the story. She couldn't help but be immersed in the story, even though she knew that the protagonist of the story was Wang Ping's father, the old man before her. "That female cultivator is called Lu Mei. Tomorrow is my birthday." I forgot about it, but just now my daughter suddenly said that Daddy's birthday is going to be soon. I don't know how she knew. Although tomorrow is my birthday, there will be a lot of updates. Everyone will wait and see. It seems like tomorrow will reveal the answer to this karma. Fellow cultivators, we have been together for 1 year. I remember that a few days after last year's birthday, the Renegade Celestial was uploaded. It is like a reincarnation cycle, and it has been 1 year. Last year, the Renegade Celestial was uploaded, and 1 year later, with the help of fellow cultivators, it has achieved its current results. I will never forget it. Today is my birthday, so give me a birthday present. Monthly votes, recommendations, tips, they're all fine. If that doesn't work, just a click is fine. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.